by far and away the most crucial game of the season so far for both of these teams, as time is running out to try to climb into third place and avoid a win-or-go-home one-game wild card playoff game, which could be played against one of these two teams here tonight. The Royals did a really nice job, Julius, turning their season around after an 0-5 start. A lot of fans were pushing the panic button, but they've done a nice job getting to where they are tonight, and some key returning players certainly have made some nice contributions for them.
Yeah, they tend to always be a team that makes some big additions mid-season, and Connor Morrow, he started the team. He's a former Baycat. He started the season really hot offensively. He was out to a .600 batting average at one point. He got back after dealing with some injuries this year on Tuesday. He's back at first base tonight in a ballpark he's very familiar with. He's going to be a key piece for this Guelph Royals team, again, to try and climb up the standings this late in the year.
Barrie Baycats were in first place for much of the first half of the season, hit a little bit of a tailspin heading into August, and now looking to regain some momentum as they hit the final few games of this regular season. Looks like they're back on track with a couple of key wins on the road.
Yeah, wins in Kitchener and in Hamilton earlier this week, and they also got really fortunate with Guelph losing against Chatham-Kent earlier in the week as well, so they've had luck on their side, at least this week, as they try and do the same thing and rise up in the standings late in the year. But you look at the way this team has kind of got those games in, and they would eke those games out. Noel McGarry Doyle, Josh Matlow told me he was the one that kind of single-handedly dragged them to that big win in Hamilton on Tuesday night. He's leading off tonight. He'll try to do the same thing.
Huge crowd here tonight and an exciting game on tap. The Guelph Royals and the Barrie Baycats. We're moments away from the opening pitch. Now, with our starting lineups, here's public address announcer Rob Daniels.
And now, the starting lineup, ladies and gentlemen, for your Barrie Baycats, managed by Josh Matlow. Your Baycats today will be accompanied by players from the non-U Barrie Baycats. Batting first, accompanied by number 1, Sawyer Burnister, number 95, Noel Moncherry-Joyo. Batting second, accompanied by number 58, Parker Unwin, and number 34, Adam Gibson, number 20, Nolan Makebroda. Batting third, accompanied by number 12, Cohen Manuel, number 0, Francisco Hernandez. Batting fourth, accompanied by number 10, Carson Monroe, number 28, Noah Hull. Batting fifth, accompanied by number 4, Andrew Hardy, number 21, Wandy Cyprian. Batting sixth, accompanied by number 35, Logan McLean, number 23, Clayton Keats. Batting seventh, accompanied by number 44, Ollie Hesketh, number 26, Adam Odd. Batting eighth, accompanied by number 33, Colton Surgenor, number 47, Brendan Daly. And batting ninth, accompanied by number 15, Edison Gray, and Connor Lilly, number 2, it's number 7, Canis Ejo. On the mound tonight for your Baycats, accompanied by number 23, Logan Baksh, number 97, Frank Garces. Fans, at this time, we ask that you please rise if you are able to and kindly remove your hats for the singing of our national anthem. And singing O Canada this evening is Tammy Bedford, who is a longtime supporter of your Barrie Baycats of the CBL. Tammy, take it away.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, with glory strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Let's go, Baycats.
First pitch, here we go. Ready, three, take three. Taking three. First pitch, here we go. Three needs to move.
Okay. Hi, fans. Since it's Fan Appreciation Night, we'd love to invite one of our Baycats super fans to the mound. And you know him for his electric energy and his relentless cheers. Fans, give it up for Baycats superfan Jason. Jason, it's your pitch.
Great pitch by Jason right over the plate, and we are ready for baseball here this evening between the Guelph Royals and the Barrie Baycats for the final time in the 2026 regular season. If these teams meet again, it could very likely be in a one-game win-or-go-home play-in matchup. And a nice moment on the field before the game, Julius. Unfortunately, we didn't get it on the broadcast, but Raisers of Hope here tonight, raising some money for cancer research, and a few people getting a bit of a pregame head shave on the field.
And that includes Jeremy Eulenbrook, one of the Baycats assistant coaches. So really great to see, obviously a great cause for the Terry Fox Committee, Terry Fox Foundation in search of a cure for cancer. So on Fan Appreciation Night, a really nice start off to the evening.
Did anybody come out with a broom and sweep up the loose hair behind home plate?
They had a tarp down, so I think they just kind of scooped it up and were ready to go.
Not something the grounds crew is particularly used to here at Athletic Culture Stadium. Let's look at the lineup for the Guelph Royals tonight. Behind acting manager Donnie Fell, more on that in a moment. Leading off the designated hitter, Garrett Takamatsu. Shortstop Anthony Gilbert hitting second. It's Franklin Torres at third base, batting third. Left fielder Victor Muscai in the cleanup spot. Miguel Geraldo bats second. He's in the number 5 spot of the order tonight. Nate Ochoa is the right fielder batting 6th. Andy Leader, the veteran center fielder, batting 7th. Matthew Ward, the catcher, hitting 8th. And the number 9 hitter is first baseman Connor Morrow.
On the mound for the Barrie Baycats, making his 12th start of the season, Frank Garces had a really nice quality start. Went 6 in the third innings last week against the Hamilton Cardinals, but actually took the loss in that one despite only allowing 2 earned runs. Comes in with a 5-4 record, a 4.36 ERA. Through those 11 outings, 66 innings pitched on his year. He struck out 55. He's walked 27. Again, the walks have really been kind of the key for Frank Garces this year. If he's able to kind of get those under wraps, especially getting up late in counts. You've seen a lot of 3-ball counts this year compared to most other seasons for Frank Garces. If he's able to limit those tonight against a strong power-hitting Royal squad, the Baycats will find some success tonight.
David Phillips behind home plate calling the balls and strikes tonight. It's Chris Walters at first and Ryan Jackson behind the bag at third. On a beautiful Thursday night here in late August, the temperature significantly cooler than it's been the last couple of weeks, at least for our evening games. Brilliant sunshine and a clear sky as the sun sets down the right field line behind the hedges. The field partially covered in shadows for our opening pitch as Frank Garces takes some final stretches and gets ready for the first pitch of the ball game. The left-hander winds and deals, and the first pitch is hit high in the air to center field, straight away. Long run for Rejo, dives, and it gets past Ejo. And it gets behind him. There to back him up is the right fielder Clayton Keys, and that'll be a leadoff single for Garrett Takamatsu.
On that note, we'll give you the defense here for the Barrie Baycats. Gold Glover, Noel McGarry Doyle out in left field. Quite a few Gold Glovers in this Baycats lineup tonight. Kenny there in center, Keys in right. Francisco Hernandez gets the start at third base tonight. First start at that position this year. Adam Ott at short. Brendan Daly back in the lineup at second base. Noah Hall at first, and Wandy Cyprian behind the plate.
A very different look for the Baycats here defensively, especially Francisco Hernandez at third base. Not a position we've seen him at recently. Yeah. First offering to Anthony Gilbert, swing and a miss for a strike.
Of course, I mentioned Gold Gloves. Obviously, Frank Garces fits that bill as well.
Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Obviously not the start Frank Garces wanted, but Garrett Takamatsu, an MVP in this league, a very established hitter. He saw that first pitch and knew exactly that's the one he wanted.
The left-hander is set. Takamatsu the lead. 0-2 pitch on the way. Here it comes. Just outside, 1-2.
Should be an advantageous lineup tonight for the Guelph Royals. Just one lefty, and they're starting 9 this evening. So Frank Garces will have his work cut out for him in terms of the platoon advantage for the Royals.
The 1-2. Upstairs. 2-2 the count. Frank is well rested, has not pitched since Thursday last week against Hamilton, allowed just 2 earned runs and 6 1/3 in that outing. 8 strikeouts, 4 walks, and took a loss he really didn't deserve. The Cardinals prevailed 2-1 in that game.
No, and it was only a 2-run home run in that game.
A high pop-up to the right side. Calling for it, Noah Hall, and the ball drops between Hall and Daly. That's an infield fly anyways.
It's not an
infield fly.
an
infield fly. There was only a runner at first.
There has to be a runner at first and second. So they just, Takamatsu, nothing really he could do there. He just kind of stood on first base. So tough play, obviously, for the Royals. It's not even going to be called an error because they got the out at second base. The Royals essentially just switched base runners now with Gilbert at first.
I was wondering why Hull and Daly let that drop, but I think it was just a miscommunication. So just basically a trade-off as Takamatsu is replaced with Gilbert. All right, so there's 1 out, and the first pitch to Franklin Torres is a called strike.
So that ends up going down as a fielder's choice. And odd because, again, you look at Noah Hall and Brendan Daly. I believe it's the first time either of them have played on that side of the infield together this year, so maybe some miscommunication, as you mentioned.
This is not the normal infield for the Barrie Baycats, and certainly not the infield you're going to see in the postseason. Francisco Hernandez, Adam Ott, Brendan Daly, and Noah Hull. Nolan Macabrota is in the lineup, but as the DH, Ryan Rio not in the lineup tonight.
Yeah, and Brandon Hernandez still dealing with a wrist injury from last week. Hasn't played since the Baycats were in Guelph on Tuesday last week.
Hit off the inside part of the bat to Hull, and he feeds Frank Garces. Kind of handcuffed him, but he stayed with it. Steps on the bag for the out, 2 away. So Torres is retired. Gilbert to second, and now here's Victor Mascai.
Didn't really seem like Noah Hull was going to have a play at second base. He would have kind of had to go spin around or throw across his body to second. And Gilbert, a great runner, was going to be there in no time. But Garces, he knows how to get off the mound easily, and I think the right play was made there.
I think after the misplay between Hull and Daly in that situation, Hull just wanted to make sure he recorded an out and didn't risk anything unnecessarily by trying to make a play at second there. Puts a runner in scoring position with 2 away. Here's Mascai. First pitch from Garces. That's a called strike. Frank Yuri Garces, 36-year-old Dominican, 55 Major League Baseball games over 2 seasons with the San Diego Padres. A longtime Barrie Baycat. And that pitch is high and away. Frank joined the Baycats in 2018 and promptly went 7-0 with a 0.38 earned run average in his first season in the IBL. One coming up. High fly ball, center field. Ejo and Keys. It'll drop in front of Kenise Ejo for a base hit. Rounding third and in to score is Anthony Gilbert with the game's first run for the Royals. That's an RBI single for Victor Mascai. 1-0 Guelph.
I'm very curious with that play by Kenise Ejo to let up on that ball. It didn't seem like, from our vantage point, that he was very far away from that one. He obviously had a diving attempt on the first pitch of the ball game 4 batters ago. But that one, it seemed like he had much more of a chance to get, and again, that would have prevented a run, obviously with 2 out. Very curious of why he decided to let up.
That ball had plenty of height, and it looked like there would have been time for him to get there. Perhaps even to make a diving catch. We've seen him make those catches all season long. Now here's Miguel Geraldo swinging a miss, strike 1.
Yeah, like he did have to come in quite a bit to have a play on that one, but it seemed like the play was makeable for him, even maybe without a dive.
Garces looks at the runner, Mascai at first. 1 on, 2 away. Here's the pitch. That's up high. Some aggressive hitting by the Royals, taking some early swings in these first inning at bats. And they get an early lead here, 1-0.
Well, the thing with Frank Garces, he's barely pitched with the lead all year, and Josh Matlow, his manager, knows that.
Swing and a miss. That's a good point. It's been a different kind of season for Frank. He's been effective out there, but it seems like you're right. He is pitching when trailing, and when you look at the Baycats championship run 2 years ago, it was the exact opposite for all of the Baycats pitchers, especially in the playoffs, where they never trailed.
It's just kind of been Garces who's been on the short end of the stick in terms of the offense, hasn't been able to kind of click when he's been clicking.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the crowd at Athletic Culture Stadium. Runner goes inside. The throw from Cyprian. The tag! They got him! Victor Mascai caught stealing to end the first, and that'll do it for the Royals. So they score a run on an RBI single to bring in Anthony Gilbert as 1-0 Guelph after a half an inning. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV in Barrie.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Fans from Ford Chrysler and Barrie Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. This year, we are the community partners of the Barrie Baycats. Community is near and dear to our hearts here at the dealerships and one of our core values, so we can support local and shop local.
Go to Reno Liquidation Depot, where you'll find vanities, flooring, toilets, exterior doors, and so much more. Visit Reno Liquidation Depot today.
Danielle May Real Estate, supporting the Barrie Baycats and ready to help with all of your real estate questions. What is your home worth? Should you sell now or wait? Danielle is dedicated to your success. The next time you think real estate, think Danielle May.
Welcome back to Athletic Culture Stadium. The first inning of play is brought to you by Park Place, Barrie's Grand Slam destination for dining, shopping, and fun. See you after the game.
Josh Matlow's lineup for the Barrie Baycats looks a little bit different tonight. Let's take a look. Noel McGarry-Doyle in the leadoff spot in left field. He's been there for a few games. Nolan Macabrota hitting second. He's the designated hitter tonight. Francisco Hernandez, the third baseman, hits third. Noah Hull, the cleanup hitter, at first base. Wandy Cyprian in the number 5 spot behind the plate. Clayton Keys in right field tonight, hitting 6th. The number 7 hitter is shortstop Adam Odd. Brendan Daly at second base batting 9th, and Kenise Ejo, the number 9 hitter in center field.
And they will face Kyle Thomas, making his 3rd start of the season. It's his 10th appearance overall. Bit of a short season this year, 19 2/3 innings. He won his last start last week against the Maple Leafs, a 1.83 ERA on his season. He's only struck out 13, he's walked 5, so he's been very efficient on the mound without having to kind of rack up the strikeout numbers. Comes in with a 4-pitch arsenal. We'll really have that changeup to lefties and the curveball out to righties.
First pitch from Kyle Thomas, and it's driven to center field. And Andy Leader reaches up, and he makes the catch. What a catch by Andy Leader. The veteran center fielder stayed with it all the way and made a nice grab.
On that note, we'll give you the defense here for the Royals. In left field, Victor Mascai out gets the start in left. Andy Leader there in center. Nate Ochoa out in right. Franklin Torres gets the start at third base tonight. Anthony Gilbert at short. Miguel Geraldo at second. Connor Morrow, former Baycat, gets the start at first base. And Matthew Ward's behind the plate.
Nolan Macabrota hitting second. Francisco Hernandez to follow. So fans following the lineup very carefully here. 1 through 9. It's a little bit of a mixed bag this evening. Macabrota's taking all the way, and it's a called strike from Thomas.
Well, Macabrota had a couple RBI in that game on Tuesday night. He's really trying to come alive in the last couple weeks. Obviously, Francisco Hernandez, who's on deck, no stranger to that number 3 spot this year, but as of late, definitely.
Hit weakly on the ground, right side, and it's scooped up by Connor Morrow. Steps on the bag. 2 quick outs here for the Baycats in the bottom of the first inning. And here comes Francisco Hernandez.
And obviously, that's where Kyle Thomas is going to be successful in terms of getting some outs this evening. Obviously, the hard contact to straightaway center field by McGarry Doyle, but it's those kind of soft ground balls to obviously that one to Connor Morrow there. That's kind of been the strength of Thomas this year, is getting those efficient outs as opposed to relying on the K.
Takes the first pitch and it's down low. Kyle Thomas, the tall right-hander, kicks, delivers, and showing bunt is Hernandez, lays one down, and Thomas has it go under his glove. Hernandez is aboard with a 2-out bunt.
And that's going to be a score to base hit. That's a smart play there from Francisco Hernandez, a guy that's really not afraid to try and lay down and force a play like that, to kind of putting Kyle Thomas off guard in that way as well. And again, that's a big 2-out hit for the Baycats, especially with Hernandez running. And we know his speed on the base pass have been lethal this year.
It is a hit, but you know it's a play that Thomas is probably of the belief that he could have made. Whether he would have got the toss over in time is another question, but having that go under his glove has to be frustrating with 2 outs in the inning. And now here's the dangerous Noah Hull. First pitch called strike.
Well, Francisco Hernandez, last time the Baycats were here, he had a bunt base hit in that game, although it wasn't a losing effort.
He has really done a little bit of everything this season for the Baycats.
Keep in mind of him on the bases as well.
And there he goes on the delayed steal. Here's the throw, the tag, not in time. You set that one up perfectly, Julius.
That's his 24th stolen base of the season, and if for anyone following at home, he is now 2 away from tying the Baycats' single season record. So that's something to keep track of during the game if we could see some history this evening.
A little motivation for Canisijo, too, maybe to get on base and get a couple of steals of his own.
And Noel McGarry Doyle, he's 3 away. Both him and Hernandez were tied coming into tonight. So
I'll be very interested to see how Canisijo responds to being in the number 9 spot of the order here tonight, whether he's able to leverage that as a bit of a motivator. He got off to a torrid start this season and then cooled off significantly in the second half. Strikeout total has been alarmingly high. Runner leads, 2-1 pitch, a high fly ball to center field. Leader, a couple steps to his right, reaches up, makes the catch. Baycats strand a runner. We played an inning. It's 1-0 Royals here at Athletic Culture Stadium in Springwater.
Thinking about doing a renovation but don't know where to find the best prices and quality? Go to Reno Liquidation Depot, where you'll find vanities, flooring, toilets, exterior doors, and so much more. Visit Reno Liquidation Depot today.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike sub. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Step up to the plate at
Park Place, the latest fashion, delicious dining, exciting entertainment. Hungry after the game? Stop by one of their patios or grab a sweet treat for a grand slam of flavors to satisfy every craving. Park Place, where every visit is a home run.
We are back. We're back from commercial, guys. Ready, 3, take 3. Ready, 1, yeah, thank you, 1. Appreciate it. We're gonna stay on this shot.
Top of the second inning here in Springwater Township. Frank Garces and the Barrie Baycats down 1-0 after 1. As the Royals come to bat in the top of the second, it'll be Geraldo, Ochoa, and leader for Guelph. Big game for both of these teams, deadlocked in the standings. Baycats with 2 games in hand, but both of these teams 5 games out of first place.
Yeah, and that's what makes this game so important for either team. I've talked to both managers throughout the year, and they've both stressed the importance of staying out of that one game, play-in, playoff, wildcard game, whatever you want to call it. Because, and Dino Ramel especially, who's suspended tonight, I guess we should talk about that as well. But I talked to him earlier today, and he said, it sucks that if you win 30 games out of your 48 and your season comes down to 1 game before the playoffs really even start, it's kind of disappointing. But that's really the motivation for these two teams in the next couple weeks before the regular season ends.
No question about it. And the real motivation is to finish third. Because when you finish third, you've really clinched that playoff spot. You haven't really clinched it when you finish 4th or 5th. You still got to win that one winner-take-all game. There's a ground ball to Francisco Hernandez, 1 out here in the second. Neither of these teams want to see their entire season come down to that one-game play-in. I sort of view it as the one-game play-in is kind of like game 163 of the regular season in Major League Baseball. You've got to win that that's your last chance to qualify for the playoffs. It's kind of how I see it.
It seems like, obviously you finish third, you won't have home field in the semifinals, but the semifinals are best of 7 now, not best of 5 as they were in previous years. So a bit more of an expanded, full-length series to determine the 2 finalists, and obviously the finals will be best of 7 as usual.
And honestly, I'm not sure how much of an advantage home field is in a 7-game series unless it gets to the 7th game. Obviously, that is a huge advantage, but the way the playoffs games usually alternate, home road, you get the opening game at home. I guess that's nice to have for your fans, but really I think the big accomplishment for all of these teams are so good, anybody can beat anybody, and I think just finishing in the top 3 is the ultimate goal for all of these 5 clubs. Fouled off right side.
I think
Ochoa
the biggest difference is for the Baycats this year, they're the best road team in the CBL, 14-7. Obviously, they have a few road games in hand, but they're only 500 at home, and that's the worst record. They're 10-10 among those top 5 teams. So if anyone was going to have somewhat of an advantage playing on the road, it would be Barrie.
The Baycats, as you point out, the only team with an above 500 road record, but not above 500 at home. They're dead even at home, 10-10. So not necessarily a huge advantage for Barrie to finish 1 or 2, but finishing 3 would be huge. Fouled off. So the Hamilton Cardinals currently sit in that number 3 spot, but again, everything's so fluid right now. Just a handful of games separating those 5 teams.
Yeah, both Barrie and Guelph 1 game back of Hamilton for that number 3 spot. Brantford obviously still in the mix, but if Barrie wins tonight, they're in, and Brantford will be eliminated. And if it comes down to it, obviously the Red Sox and the Baycats play a home-and-home this weekend, and that potentially could decide it.
What a nice second half for the Red Sox, even though they likely won't make it to the postseason this year, barring something completely unforeseen. But to be able to stay ahead of the rest of the pack in that second half, we noticed an immediate gap early on in the season between the top 5 teams and the bottom 4. And nice job by Brantford to really play some consistent baseball. Down the line, fair ball into left field. Ochoa is aboard, and he's digging for 2. Ball fired in. Here's the throw, the tag, not in time. Ochoa in with a slide, and it's a 1-out double here in the second.
Really nice piece of hitting there from Nate Ochoa, and it seemed like he was looking 2 right off the bat, and he just barely got in there. It was a nice throw in from Noel McGarry-Doyle, but not quite in time. Just to piggyback up off you on talking about the Red Sox, man, they've really had an incredible culture change this year. Every time they've been at the ballpark this year, having a chat with Greg Rapp, who's kind of been their manager along with their owner, Terry Smith. But it really seems like they've got everyone kind of in gear this year, and they've, after seeing them kind of finish last the last few years, really nice to see them really make a push, even though they're likely going to come up short.
A team for the last few seasons has suffered more than their share of blowouts, never mind losses in general, and it just feels like anytime Brantford plays, you sense that they can beat anybody on any given night with the team that they put out there this season. Almost a shame that, for them, that this is now the playoff format, because it would be really interesting to see them in a first-round playoff series this year. So they're kind of snake-bitten by the new format this year, but certainly lots to be proud of. 1-1 the count. Andy Leader at the plate. 1 out, 1 on. Here's the pitch. Ground ball too short. They go to third, and they got the runner hung up. And the tag is applied to Ochoa, so they get the lead runner. Leader aboard on a fielder's choice.
Broken bat there for Andy Leader on that ground ball, but Adam Odd, who gets to start at shortstop tonight, made a really smart play. Obviously he saw Ochoa kind of cut in front of him as he was trying to field that, and very calmly made the throw over to Hernandez at third, and smart play by the Baycats defense to cut down the lead runner. That's a big second out for Frank Garces.
So the winner of this game will move into sole possession of 4th for now, and the only other game on the schedule tonight is Welland and Kitchener. And the Jackfish are a game and a half behind the London Majors, so their lead is safe for tonight.
And they lead the Panthers 7-1 the top of the 4th in Kitchener.
Welland could close that to within 1 game by picking up a half a game with a win here this evening. Going to be some exciting baseball here over the last 5 games or so for all of these teams down the stretch.
Yeah, at this point, it really seems like the pennant's down to London and Welland. London with 5 games left in their season, Welland with 6, including tonight. And then it's just kind of down to Hamilton, Barrie, and Guelph to decide 3 to 5, as we were mentioning.
1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Hard fastball by Frank Garces. And the count is 1-2.
The interesting thing is, too, Guelph is in Hamilton tomorrow. And then Hamilton is at Welland on Saturday. So these teams are kind of battling it out atop the standings against each other in the last week and a half of the season, which is making it even more exciting.
And the Baycats host Welland tomorrow. So it seems like these top 5 teams are playing each other an awful lot here in the final 2 weeks. That'll make for some exciting baseball. 1-2 is fouled back to the screen.
If there's any Hamilton Cardinals fans watching, circle that game next week on Friday in Hamilton, because that game between Barrie and Hamilton really could decide who's in a wild card spot, who's not.
Definitely could. And then Barrie would be back here for one more game against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers on Saturday. But you're right, it could all come down to that Friday game at Bernie Arbor. 1-2 the count. Here's the crowd behind Frank Garces. Runner leads at first. Here's the pitch, and it's low and off the plate, 2-2. So 6 games left for the Baycats after today. Don't forget the Welland game tomorrow. That's not on your schedule from the start of the season. It's a rescheduled game. So Baycats with 3 straight home games here tonight. Welland tomorrow, Brantford Saturday. Then they visit Brantford on Sunday. So it's a 4-game weekend for the Baycats. The first 3 games here at Athletic Kulture Stadium. 2-2, popped up, and it's foul.
Yeah, that Welland game to be made up from August 2nd. So if anyone has tickets from that game, they'll be accepted tomorrow. That'd be the final time the two teams play each other. Barrie had gotten out to a 4-0 lead in the season series against Welland and then lost the last one a few weeks ago.
The one nice thing about rescheduled games is you get the original crowd who bought the tickets, and then there will probably be a whole bunch of new fans that'll buy tickets for the game as well. So that's going to be a packed house tomorrow night.
Based on the crowds we've had lately, there's been a lot of hype.
2-2, high, and it goes off the glove of Cyprian to the backstop. Up to second goes Andy Leader.
That'll be a pass ball for Wandy Cyprian. A easily snaggable pitch there from Garces, who went off speed. Got a glove on it, just didn't snag it in the webbing.
Frank Garces with a 3-2 count on Matthew Ward. 2 out in the inning. Royals looking to strike again. They lead 1-0. Checks the runner, kicks, delivers. Low, ball 4. So first base was open anyways. Ward will occupy that, and now the number 9 hitter comes to the plate, Connor Morrow.
First baseman number 6.
I wonder if that, the runner at second base is maybe getting in Frank's head a little bit. Obviously, it's far more difficult to pitch with the runner on second base than it is on first. You really feel like they're right behind you. Kind of like they're breathing down your neck in some instances. You feel like you're being watched.
Frank Garces set the Barrie Baycats single-season strikeout record last year with 116. Just 55 so far this year. It's been a very different season for him. Does not have a strikeout yet tonight.
No, he's been battled early in counts. He's fallen behind in counts more often than usual compared to previous years, especially last year where he was really racking up the Ks. But it seems like people know who he is a little bit more every year.
2 on, 2 out, 0-1 pitch, fouled off.
And obviously Connor Morrow at the dish now, a former teammate of Frank Garces with the Baycats.
Morrow is a number 9 hitter tonight. A guy who can get clutch hits for you in clutch situations. Here's one here, 2 on, 2 out. Count 0-2. Garces looking to finish him off. Checks the runner. Here's the pitch. On the ground, right side, foul. And we'll do it again. A run on 3 hits for the Royals. No runs, 1 hit for the Baycats. We're at the top of the second. Frank Garces with 40 pitches already. Leader at second, Ward at first. 0-2 on the ground. And it's picked up by the shortstop. The throw, a weak one, over to first. And Hull kept it in front of him. That'll be an infield hit for the number 9 hitter, Connor Morrow.
That's a smart play by Noah Hall right there. Adam Odd was so deep in that shortstop position. Obviously a diving attempt there as well by Francisco Hernandez, but nothing on that throw. And if Noah Hall stayed at first base, allowed that ball to travel all the way in slowly to first base, Leader might have had a chance to try and make a turn at third and score. But with Noah Hall charging in right away, he saw that play develop and keeps him at third.
Not sure why Odd even attempted that throw. Maybe the ball just slipped out of his hand. It was nowhere near first base. And the bases are now loaded, and back to the top of the order for the always dangerous Garrett Takamatsu. Swinging at the first pitch again, and he fouls it off.
He might be hitting leadoff tonight, but Takamatsu, the most dangerous bat in this Guelph lineup, coming off a game on Tuesday against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. He homered in that game.
Former Toronto Maple Leaf. He's had some big hits against the Baycats over the years with both clubs. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss.
MVP versus MVP.
This is a great matchup right here. Frank Garces and Garrett Takamatsu. Big moment in the ball game already. We're still early on. It's an 0-2 count, 2 out, bases loaded. Royals up 1-0. Garces is ready. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Fouled it into the glove for the third strike, and Frank gets his first strikeout of the evening, and it couldn't have come at a bigger moment. Royals leave the bases loaded and are unable to score in the second. 1-0 Guelph through an inning and a half.
Team BKGC. Inside 17,000 square feet of dedicated gymnastic space, athletes of every age and level come together. Whether you're just starting out or building advanced skills, there's a place for you here. BKGC, building confidence, community, and champions since 1965. Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend.
Barry, this one's for you. My name is James Anderson, owner of Sinclair Sports Medical Center. We find what's actually going wrong with your body and we make a plan to fix it. And I've spent years helping people in this city move better and hurt less. We want to help you feel like yourself again. Come see us and let's get you back to living your best life.
Welcome back to Athletic Culture Stadium. This second inning of play is brought to you by Silo Athletics, a next-level indoor facility for baseball and soccer featuring training programs, camps, and private events. Now open. Book today at siloathletics.ca.
I want to send a quick shout out here to a couple of Baycats fans. We got a nice email here from a Baycat fan named David Oaksman, and he mentioned to us that his wife is currently at ICU in RVH here in Barrie and would like a shout out on the broadcast. So certainly want to wish her well and a quick recovery, and glad that we're able to bring the games on Baycats TV here on YouTube to you and all the other Baycat fans that aren't able to join us out here at the ballpark. And hopefully we will see you out at the ballpark again very soon. So thanks for taking the time to tune in and watch, and certainly our thoughts and prayers are with you. Baycats come to bat here in the bottom of the second inning. First pitch called strike to Wandy Cyprian, the catcher. Clayton Keys on deck, Adam on to follow. 1-0 Royals. Called strike on the outside corner, 0-2.
Rob, what are we doing? Be quite slow. Do not touch the lights.
Pitch from Kyle Thomas. And that'll drop for a base hit into right field in front of Nate Ochoa. Leadoff man aboard for the Baycats here in the second.
Seemed like Nate Ochoa really thought about trying to make a play on that ball, but I think he made the smart decision. Only the first batter of the inning, you still have a double play in order. You know, it would have been it's a sinking opposite field line drive off the bat of Cyprian. So I think for Ochoa, that's the smart defensive move.
So here's Clayton Keys. The right-hander waggles the bat and takes one upstairs from Kyle Thomas. Thomas, part of a formidable four-man rotation here for the Guelph Royals, which includes Jacob Cush, Alvin Liriano, and Edgar Garcia. Cush started on Tuesday. That was a 14-9 home loss to Chatham-Kent, the last Royals game 2 nights ago. That one close, but just missed, 2-0.
Liriano is going to start tomorrow against the Hamilton Cardinals, and we never got to Dino Ramel, who was suspended tonight. He actually got ejected in that game on Tuesday against the Barnstormers. It's his second ejection of the year, so having to serve the game tonight.
That Saturday game that Liriano started was a 10-7 home win over Brantford, and Liriano allowed 4 earned runs in 5 innings, but picked up the win nonetheless. And Edgar Garcia pitched on Friday in Chatham-Kent, a 14-4 win. Allowed 2 earned runs, but pitched just 4 innings, so didn't qualify for the win, but left with the Royals ahead 10-2. Did not pitch the minimum for the decision in that one. Another close pitch. That one's called a strike.
Yeah.
2-2 on the outside part.
Clayton Key's frustrated at that one. I think he's more frustrated at himself that he didn't even offer at that pitch. It really seemed like that was something in his wheelhouse that he just let by him.
Thomas really nibbling on both halves of the plate here. Let's see what he does with the 2-2. Cyprian definitely a threat to steal at first. Has speed for a catcher. Thomas looks in. Cyprian does not go, and the pitch is fouled off.
It seems like now that we're into that part of the year, Kyle Thomas is going to have to slide into this Royals rotation with a lot of games close together to end the year, and then obviously get into the playoffs. They're going to be playing back-to-back nights in some cases. It seemed like Liam Watt was going to have that spot, but didn't play it all this year, and it seemed like he's going to try and head back to school in the United States.
Inside, 3-2. That one almost hit him. It's really hard in the playoffs to just roll with 3 starters. And, if you have that really strong number 4 arm in your rotation, that can definitely put you in a very strong position over your opponent.
I think the Baycats are battling with that right now. They're going to have Saul Vasquez pitch tomorrow, but then Saturday and Sunday are kind of a toss-up for who's going to go for the Baycats against the Red Sox both those days.
Swing and a miss by Keys. Big strikeout by Thomas, one away. The Baycats won their championship in 2024. They were able to successfully just roll out 3 starters, Frank Garces, Cesar Rosado, and Juan Benitez, and they did so effectively. But that's a really rare example of a team with pitching so dominant that they were able to pull that off without a 4th starting pitcher. There isn't a whole lot of rest between those playoff series and games. They go by pretty quickly, so you don't always get the time off that you would get during the regular season.
In that season in particular, the Baycats were fortunate because they kind of swept their way through the postseason. They were able to have the luxury of rest in between series.
Well, that's true. When you win your series 3 or 4 games straight. Popped up on the infield, and the shortstop calling for it and making the catch is Anthony Gilbert. 2 down. Here comes second baseman Brendan Daly. It would have been a different situation if the Baycats had a couple of losses where they would have had to maybe find that 4th arm to step in and make sure that the other 3 are well rested. But so 2 away here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Here's second baseman Brendan Daly. Daly's played a variety of positions this year, both infield and outfield. On the ground to short again. Gloved cleanly by Gilbert. Throws to first in time for the out, and that will do it. So the Baycats strand the leadoff single by Wandy Cyprian. We've played 2 innings, still 1-0 Royals here at Athletic Culture Stadium.
My name is James Anderson, owner of Sinclair Sports Medical Center. We find what's actually going wrong with your body and we make a plan to fix it. And I've spent years helping people in this city move better and hurt less. We want to help you feel like yourself again. Come see us and let's get you back to living your best life.
Danielle May Real Estate, supporting the Barrie Baycats and ready to help with all of your real estate questions. What is your home worth? Should you sell now or wait? Danielle is dedicated to your success. The next time you think real estate, think Danielle May.
This third inning of play is brought to you by Render 3D Quick, the #1 architectural 3D rendering company in Canada, working with thousands of builders, developers, architects, and more.
We talked about this off air, but this is something that has definitely not been said this season and maybe never been said in Kenise Ejo's career. Kenise Ejo comes to the plate for the first time here in the third inning. A number 9 hitter. It's just a different spot for him, and we'll have to see how he responds to this here tonight.
Yeah, much of his Baycats tenure in that leadoff spot. The last few weeks, the Baycats have toyed with moving him down to the number 3 spot and then back up to number 2 because he leads the league in strikeouts. And that's really something that's gotten to Josh Mathlow, and I think putting him down to the number 9 spot might be a wake-up call. We'll see how he responds to it.
Our dugout reporter, Etienne Skitch, letting us know that Juan Benitez is currently warming up in the Barrie Baycats bullpen.
Very interesting development there.
That's something that a lot of fans wouldn't have expected.
Well, we talked about it in the last inning. Matt Lowe told me that earlier this evening he's still undecided on who's going to go on Saturday and Sunday against the Brantford Red Sox. And keep in mind, on Tuesday next week against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, that's a suspended game. Saul Vasquez started that game in Chatham-Kent when it first got rained out, so they might have to save Vasquez for that appearance to continue on, and that game was only suspended in the bottom of the first inning.
So given everything that you just said there, you would think that it would be somewhat obvious that Juan Benitez would get one of the 4 starts this weekend. There are 4 games on the schedule, so any relief appearance he would make tonight would be limited for sure.
Vasquez is set to start tomorrow against Welland. And then Matlow also mentioned to me he's thinking about potentially having Benitez maybe start on Sunday in Brantford, but still undecided.
Frank Garces, an arm that can regularly give you 6, 7, even 8 innings, so wouldn't expect him to get an early hook tonight unless absolutely necessary, although his pitch count already at 56.
Yeah. Juan Benitez now making his way back to the dugout at this point, so doesn't seem like he's going to be coming into the game anytime soon, maybe just a regular bullpen.
3-1 to Ejo, swing and a miss. Definitely should have laid off that one. 3-2 now the count.
Yeah, he obviously got the green light on 3-1, and Thomas fooled him with that curveball.
3-2, swing and a miss by Ejo, strike 3. Back to the top of the order for Noel McGarry-Doyle. Maybe there was a little bit of a sense of, by putting Kenise Ejo in the number 9 spot, it's kind of like the 1-2 that they started the year with Ejo and McGarry-Doyle behind them, and that combination seemed to work in the first half.
Well, I think if you look at Brandon Hernandez not being in this lineup for the last week or so, and he's been that regular number 9 hitter for quite a while, really slotted nicely into that spot throughout most of the season, but without him in the lineup, still dealing with a wrist injury, toying with Ejo in that spot, it could be the placeholder, at least for the moment, until Hernandez is healthy again.
Maybe putting Ejo back ahead of McGarry-Doyle might kind of help them find that magic again that they had, 1-2 at the top of the order. But basically, that's how this third inning would have looked if Ejo was leading off in the number 1 spot. It'd be Ejo, McGarry-Doyle.
That was strikeout number 60 for Ejo on the year, by the way.
Called strike. Yeah, the strikeouts were piling up even early in the season for Ejo, but the power that he had at the plate really offset a lot of the concern over that. Home run hitters tend to have high strikeout totals as well, of course, and Ejo looked like a MVP candidate the first half of the season. This guy got his average back up over 400. He's hitting 401 coming into tonight. Been flirting with 400 for the last few games. Noel McGarry Doyle. On the ground, right side. The throw is made by second baseman Miguel Geraldo in plenty of time for the second out of the inning.
If I'm not mistaken, that 60th strikeout ties the single season record in the league.
The single season record in the league all time?
Yeah.
All time?
All time. There's Lane Renault in 2024.
Wonder how far back those stats go. This league's over 100 years old.
Yeah.
2 outs in the inning. Here's Nolan Macabrota, fouls it back to the screen.
I believe 60 is the single season high in the league, but I'm just thinking back to, baseball 50 years ago. Nobody struck out at these rates. As we see
longer schedule too. They've added some games,
yes.
So keep that in mind. That'll definitely affect the stats as far as career or single season totals go. Swing and a miss by Macabrota. The count now 0-2. So good pitching here by Kyle Thomas. He's retired 5 in a row, limiting the Baycats to just 2 hits.
Just at 33 pitches too. He's been very efficient. Not getting too deep into these counts.
Inside, 1-2. Kyle Thomas with a full windup and the delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Down goes Macabrota. 3 up, 3 down go the Baycats for the first time tonight. We're a third of the way through this one. It is a 1-0 Royals lead here at Athletic Culture Stadium.
Thinking about doing a renovation, but don't know where to find the best prices and quality? Go to Reno Liquidation Depot, where you'll find vanities, flooring, toilets, exterior doors, and so much more. Visit Reno Liquidation Depot today.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike sub. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Step up to the plate at Park Place. The latest fashion, delicious dining, exciting entertainment. Hungry after the game? Stop by one of their patios or grab a sweet treat for a grand slam of flavors to satisfy every craving. Park Place, where every visit is a home run.
Ben Davy and Julius Hern as we go to the top of the 4th inning. Guelph Royals on top of the Barrie Baycats by a score of 1-0. And joining us up here in the broadcast booth is the manager of the Guelph Royals. This is an opportunity we don't get very often to chat with Dino Ramel in the middle of a game. Dino, thanks for taking a few moments to join us here.
I'd much rather be on the field, but I'm a fan of yours, so it's a pleasure being here with you guys.
Really appreciate it again. I know tough circumstances after the injection on Tuesday, but man, it's really coming down.
I was right, by the way, just so we know that they just didn't see it that way.
Really coming down to the last week and a half of the year. Your first impressions on how the rest of the season is kind of playing out for you guys.
Well, you know, it's actually the exact way I thought it would play out. As far as the 5 teams at the top and the 4 at the bottom, I'm not a huge fan of half the league being eliminated early on in August because there's a lot of good teams. And my only other concern is, you know, you could win 30 games and not host a playoff game. And that's difficult. But we knew that going in, and they've done such a great job with the league this year and the conversion to the CBL. I'm really excited about the direction it's going in.
We talked about it earlier, Dino, how unfortunate it is for a team like the Brantford Red Sox, who have really had a nice turnaround season, but are likely going to find themselves on the outside looking in, and it would have been really interesting to see how they might have looked in a first-round playoff series. There's a called strike 3 to Nate Ochoa, so 1 down here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, it's difficult, and I really like what they've done. They've got a great offensive team over there. They need to get a little deeper in pitching, but the foundation is there for them, right? So I think they're going in the right direction, and you're right. It's disappointing not being able to compete in the postseason because I think that would have been a great step for them to build.
You mentioned pitching. Obviously, Kyle getting the start for you guys tonight. It seems like he's really fitting into the rotation late in this year.
Yeah, he's coming off a year last year where he was hurt. Geez, this Frank Garces guy is tough. KT is a guy that he pitched a little bit in Double-A with the Tigers. He's got a great cutter, and he knows how to pitch. He's a great instructor of the game. He's a great student of the game. He was injured last year, and we just got him qualified, but we knew he couldn't pitch, and he battled through it anyway. This year he's starting to get healthy, and interestingly enough, he worked out with Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander in the offseason. You're going to get better working with those guys, obviously. But he's done a great job. We've built him up because he didn't start last year, really. So we started with 29, up to 36, up to 49, up to 56, and then hopefully we'll get him extended to 75 or 80 tonight. But he's done a great job.
This is Matthew Ward at the plate with a 1-1 count. You guys have a new general manager this season, Ryan Eakin, who we know very well. I worked with Ryan here in the broadcast booth for a couple of seasons, and he spent quite a bit of time here in Barrie. Ryan always bragged about how many Baycats championship rings he has. I remind him often he's still waiting for that first one with the Royals. But how have you enjoyed working with Ryan so far, and what has impressed you most as far as what he's been able to add to this team's roster?
Well, I've been around professional sports a lot, and I've seen how teams have built themselves with a great partnership between the general manager and the head coach. And Ryan and I have developed that throughout the offseason and in the regular season. We talk daily. Not really something I want. I've muted him a few times, but and he did, correct me if I'm wrong, did he, because this is a debate we've had, he did win 1 ring as the mascot. Am I right? Or no, I just want to confirm that on it.
I think you're right about that.
Okay,
you are. You're absolutely right about that now that I think about it.
He's done a great job. You see the talent that we have. So we've worked hand in hand, and he's only going to get better. He loves the game, and he loves building a roster, and he's working a lot with the new ownership group. So he's fitting in really, really well.
How do you like in the rebrand for next year, just the logo change, some of the new jerseys that have been announced lately?
I'll tell you what, I'm really excited about where they're going. They've got a group of 7 new guys coming into it that have great vision. They all bring something different to the. That's a good take right there by Matt Ward. He loves playing here, by the way. We played it so he could get into the lineup because he loves hitting in Barrie. But we've got such a good group. They're really energetic. They're bringing a lot of new life. And it was difficult for Sean and I over the last couple of years because Sean lives in Newfoundland, and we've developed such a great friendship, he and I, and he has done such a great job keeping it alive. There's no way there would have been baseball in Guelph if it wasn't for Sean Fuller. He's stayed on, and he's guiding the new ownership group a little bit, and I'm putting in my 2 cents worth. But everybody brings something different, whether it's marketing, whether it's sports management, whether it's media, whether it's dealing with the city and planning and development. They're all bringing something to it, and it's Guelph Royals are on their way up. I mean, as far as off the field stuff.
We're chatting with Royals manager Dino Ramel, and it's Connor Morrow at the plate here with an 0-1 count, 2 outs in the 4th inning. Dino, it's really nice that you said that you're such a big fan of ours. We're a big fan of yours too, maybe more so as a broadcaster than a manager, because we don't like seeing you beat the Baycats when you come in here. But you spent some time in the broadcast booth. I remember watching your games with the Toronto Maple Leafs, and I know you had a lot of fun up there. What were some of the challenges of broadcasting that you found that maybe a lot of fans aren't aware of?
It's a tough business. I loved it. I did it for 18 years. I was in the Ontario Hockey League. I did a few games in the American Hockey League. I did a lot of university sports, and I hosted a phone-in show, as well as anchoring, for a little bit at CKCO in Kitchener. I think I have the face for radio. There's no question about that. But for me, it was always the live stuff. I hated working with a teleprompter. I loved being on the, up here in the broadcast booth doing it. I'm going to miss coaching when I'm done. But broadcasting was always my passion. Being around sports and traveling with the guys in hockey, I loved it.
And with this year, I know into the Guelph Sports Hall of Fame this year. I'm sure that's a big one for you. Before we go, just what are you looking forward to most in the next couple weeks as the season wraps up?
I really love the thought of these seven-game series. I think again, I would love to have seen 4 and 5 play a best 2 out of 3, because I still think it will only take 3 or 4 days, and you're not relying on one mistake or one call or one hot pitcher to end a season of a team that could potentially have 30 wins. So I hope they change that in the future, but I love where they're going with it. And the 5 teams that are vying for this, anybody can win. You look at any team and you will not be surprised to see any of them win. Hopefully it's the Guelph Royals.
Dino, we always appreciate having you up. Thanks so much for joining us. It's a 1-0 Royals lead as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning here at Athletic Culture Stadium in Springwater.
Join Team BKGC. Inside 17,000 square feet of dedicated gymnastic space, athletes of every age and level come together. Whether you're just starting out or building advanced skills, there's a place for you here. BKGC, building confidence, community, and champions since 1965. Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend.
Barry, this one's for you. My name is James Anderson, owner of Sinclair Sports Medical Center. We find what's actually going wrong with your body, and we make a plan to fix it. And I've spent years helping people in this city move better and hurt less. We want to help you feel like yourself again. Come see us, and let's get you back to living your best life.
Fourth inning of play is brought to you by Leahona Mortgage Investment Corporation, delivering targeted investment returns of 6 to 8% with a 1-year maturity. Learn more at leahonamic.ca.
And again, our thanks to Royals manager Dino Ramel for a really interesting half inning. I felt like that inning just went a little too fast.
Yeah.
Would have loved to have had him up here for a little bit longer, but he's dialed in watching his ball club. You could tell even just while we were calling the game, he's like, watching everything that's going on the field.
Yeah, he wishes so bad he was on the field for this one, especially how competitive this game has been so far.
I think he said it was only the 3rd or 4th time that he's had a suspension like that. That one through past the third baseman, Franklin Torres into left field. Victor Mascai to pick it up. That'll be a long single for Francisco Hernandez to lead off the 4th.
Yeah, just under the glove there of Franklin Torres at third base. Really seemed like Francisco Hernandez is the best option to lead off this inning. The Baycats led off with a single back in the 2nd, but haven't been able to capitalize.
One thing that's always interesting with Dino Ramel is when he gets ejected, he gets his money's worth, a lot like our own manager here, Josh Matlow. And you just really appreciate that passion for the game and that emotion that a manager like him has. He's really views himself as one of the warriors out there doing battle, living and dying with every play, every good call, every bad call. Basically just out there with the players, fighting those battles hard.
A baseball guy through and through, a ton of experience in this league and with programs like Ontario Blue Jays. A lot of coaching experience over the last 3 decades for Dino Ramel, and a few IBL championships to go along with it.
I liked his little dig at Eakin too. I hope I hope he was watching that.
Eakin's here. I did see him before the game today. I think he was down by the dugout.
I really enjoyed working with Ryan. Actually, Ryan, he actually brought me back to this organization, really, truth be told. Because Ryan was the media director at the time. I reconnected with Josh Matlow. I'd actually never met Josh Matlow. I remembered him as a player, but I stepped away from the broadcast booth for a number of years, and then coming out of the pandemic in 2021, Josh mentioned that they were looking for a new broadcast team, put me in touch with Ryan. Ryan was the media director and told me that I'd be working the games with him. I said, okay, sure. We had a lot of fun those first couple of seasons together. 0-2 the count to Noah Hull. Here's the pitch. High fly ball, center field, pretty deep. Leader back near the track, reaches up and makes the catch. A long fly ball to the deepest part of the park.
Just the sound of that bat hitting the ball, it seemed like it was a home run, just the way it sounded, but not enough on it. Didn't think it quite got the sweet spot as Andy Leader tracked it down.
Boy, Noah Hull has been barreling up here in the second half of the season. That one's looked and sounded good right off the bat.
Second such type of fly ball. He also flew out to deep center his first time up back in the first.
Wandy Cyprian with one out here in the fourth. Swing and a miss on a hard fastball by Kyle Thomas.
We saw Francisco Hernandez. He was off on one of those pitches earlier on that Hull fouled off. And again, as he mentioned back in the first inning, keep in mind how close he is to Baycats history. You watch him on the base paths.
Thomas delivers and misses on that offering, 1-1. So the Baycats with 2 games in hand on the Royals, 2 extra games on the schedule. Guelph has just 4 games left after tonight. Baycats with 6. So if the Baycats can win this and win their 2 games in hand over the Royals, it should put them in a solid position to, at worst, clinch home for that play-in game if they need to play it. This one to shallow right field. And the catch is made by Nate Ochoa, and scampering back to first is the runner, Francisco Hernandez.
Another play there where it seemed like maybe Hernandez was off on the pitch. He was pretty close to second base as that ball was on its way up. And had to watch that one all the way down and kind of trickle his way back into first base as the ball was making its way into Nate Ochoa's glove.
So if you're wondering, the Royals have clinched a worst-case scenario of playing in that play-in game. The Baycats have not, even though they're tied in the standings. So this is an important game for Barrie to take care of business with that. And then, of course, the ultimate goal is to get into the top 3 and avoid that play-in game completely.
Tonight for Barrie, it's win and in. You know, there was earlier this week, they were watching the out-of-town scoreboard, seeing the Brantford Red Sox having a couple games this week, and they were victorious back on Monday, and even last night a high-scoring game in Toronto. So they've managed to keep their slim chances alive. But Barrie, once again, their magic number at 1 tonight.
Yeah, win and in, but not really in until you win that wild card game. Runner goes, and it's hit on the ground to short. The throw across is in time from Anthony Gilbert. So the Baycats strand a runner. Some great pitching by Kyle Thomas here tonight. Just 45 pitches to get through the first 4 innings and a 1-0 lead for the Royals. We go to the 5th. Julius to call the next 2 innings for us when we return here at Athletic Kulture Stadium in Springwater.
Makes Jersey Mike's a sub above? Is it the premium meats and cheeses sliced on the spot and piled high on their in-store baked bread? Or could it be their hot, freshly grilled subs? How about all of the above? Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Visit Alum Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend.
Thinking about doing a renovation but don't know where to find the best prices and quality? Go to Reno Liquidation Depot, where you'll find vanities, flooring, toilets, exterior doors, and so much more. Visit Reno Liquidation Depot today.
Top of the fifth inning at Athletic Culture Stadium. It's a 1-0 lead for the Guelph Royals. Julius Hern along with Ben Davy on Fan Appreciation Night at the ballpark. They're getting some discounts on some Baycats merch here at the ballpark this evening. And once again, we've had some really great crowds at the ballpark over the last week or two, and tonight no different. Maybe one of the best we've had all season. And there's still 3 home games left on the schedule outside of tonight. Tomorrow and Saturday, Welland and Brantford respectively, and then the final day of the Baycats season next Thursday. Garrett Takamatsu pops it up. It's in foul territory. Wandy Cyprian off with the mask, and he hauls it in a few feet from the backstop, 1 down. Takamatsu once again chasing that first pitch from Frank Garces. And Garces now up to 71 pitches. That's a big out for him here in the 5th. He's only allowed 1 run. That came on an RBI single from Victor Mascai back in the 1st inning. Guelph out hitting Barrie 5-3 as Anthony Gilbert steps in. First pitch is low. Gilbert 1 for 2 in a single. He scored on that single by Mascai back in the 1st as well. As it seems like tonight we have once again another really nice pitching matchup between Garces and Kyle Thomas. Two-0 to Gilbert is in there for a called strike.
Feels a lot like the game we had against Hamilton here a couple of weeks ago with Frank Garces against Hector Jan. That 2-1 game, the Baycats on the wrong end of that score, but this one's sort of playing out the same way so far.
Yeah, Garces was only touched for a 2-run home run by Carlos Dominguez in that game. Baycats got 1 on the board, but a late comeback attempt was thwarted. The Cardinals bullpen really held it down. They struck out the Baycats 7 times in the final 3 innings. Garces behind 3-1 here on Gilbert. The 3-1 pitch is low, and a 1-out walk for the Royals puts another runner on.
Well, if you're Frank Garces, you want to be careful here and just try to keep mowing through these Royals, give your team a chance to score some runs. It's been a frustrating night for the Baycats at the plate so far. I just took a quick walk around the ballpark, and I have to say for sure this is the biggest crowd of the season that we have had. We don't have the official attendance total tonight, but we got fans that are like sitting on the steps here. I can't even recall the last time we had that, fans sitting on the steps, because there aren't enough spaces on the benches.
No.
So
it seems like these fans are really catching on that these are high stakes games. They actually, they mean something for, postseason implications.
The lineup for the concession stretches out almost all the way to the on-deck circle.
Popped up, drifting towards foul ground. Noah Hall out for a run. He reaches out, and he can't make the catch. Out there sliding as well as Clayton Keys. Neither of them can come up with it.
Great effort by both of them, and that would have been Keys if he could have called Hall off, but Hall didn't let up. Made a great effort down that first base line to give himself a chance to make a sliding catch. That would have been a beauty.
So 0-2 now on Franklin Torres, who's 0 for 2. And a welcome sight here for Garces, who's once again ahead in the count. Seemed like his vintage self, the way he's able to get up 0-2. 1 out. Anthony Gilbert on first. That one's once again fouled away out of play.
I've mentioned it a few times this season, both on the broadcast and on social media, but it's been unfortunate that this season so far, it just seems like the Baycats haven't played their best when we've had these exciting nights at home with big crowds, lots of energy, packed the park nights, and that Hamilton game was an example of that, where the Baycats were just flat, managed only 5 hits.
Lined into right field, that's a base hit. Cut off by Clayton Keys, and holding up at second base will be Anthony Gilbert. So 1 out knock, but it's 2 on for the Royals as they're threatening once again on Frank Garces.
And it would be nice to get a big night like that at home, especially heading right into the playoffs. A game like this where the Baycats are on the right end of the score and able to send these fans home with a win, because we've had probably close to a half dozen games where the crowds have been at this size or close to this size. And lots of good energy in the park, and definitely want to give those fans something to get excited about heading into the playoffs.
You think back to the Pack the Park game against the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Baycats were blown out. The game obviously last Tuesday with the Cardinals. They fall short 2-1. And another 8-0 loss to the London Majors.
Yeah, so that's 3 games right there.
And then another one against London, which was 12-9. That was on Saturday afternoon.
That crowd had some good energy as well.
I would say those 4 games and this one tonight are the 5 best crowds of the year, and the Baycats are on track to lose all 5 games if this score holds up. 1-0 Guelph.
Yeah, you summed it up perfectly.
1-1 here on Victor Mascai. Had the RBI single back in the first.
Give these fans credit, though. They keep coming out to the park.
Yeah.
Game after game, we're seeing some really good crowds, and hopefully another great crowd tomorrow against Welland, that rescheduled game. Hopefully the word gets out for that. That's a big opponent.
Foul the way out of play. I think also a big reason for this as well, parents are realizing kids are going back to school soon. So trying to get them out to see some baseball once or twice more before the summer officially ends and school begins for another academic year. I think that's big for some parents out there. 1-2, 1 out. Garces looking for strikeout number 4. And he gets it. Mascai rung up on strikes. That's a big second out for Garces.
Well, that is the bread and butter pitch for Frank Garces, and he needs those strikeouts. He's relied on the big clutch Ks throughout his career, certainly throughout his tenure here in Barrie. Known for the high strikeout totals, and especially with base runners on. Baycats relying on that big time.
4 strikeouts now for Garces, but he's walked 3 and allowed 6 hits. Royals still threatening with 2 on, and now Miguel Geraldo will face Garces for the 3rd time. He takes the first pitch just up and away. 0 for 2 so far. Having a really nice year offensively, his first year in the CBL, hitting .314 with an .847 OPS. He's with 12 doubles and 7 home runs as well. Swings and misses as that one is 1-1. Royals stranded the bases loaded back in the 2nd. And they left another runner in scoring position in the 3rd, which was also Anthony Gilbert. The 1-1 pitch from Garces. Foul tip off the glove of Wandy Cyprian. And it's 1-2.
The trend that we've seen with the Baycats over the last few weeks is struggle at home, go on the road, find their momentum on the road with a couple of big road wins, and then they come back home here and they struggle again. And it just kind of seems to be that loop over and over again. And the Baycats won 2 games in a row on the road coming into here tonight, and now struggling, down 1-0, still halfway through this game, but only 3 hits in this game so far for the Baycats. The lineup has been cold.
That'll be an interesting storyline to follow throughout the end of this week with 3 consecutive days with home games. Garces just misses outside. It's 2-2.
Yeah, these 3 games can really make or break the Baycats, these 3 games at home here. Especially tomorrow against the Welland Jackfish. If they're thinking about 3rd place, that's a team that's right there in the mix. You might have a chance of catching them. A lot of things would have to go right.
2-2, the fans behind Garces. looking for another strikeout. Here's the pitch. It hits him. It's like maybe a slider that got away from Garces. We're pretty far in on Geraldo, and the bases will be loaded with 2 out.
Yeah, I think he was trying to work him in to set him up for the 3-2 and maybe pitch him away, but that one got way too far in, and that's definitely not what Frank Garces wanted to do. Load the bases up here with 2 outs. Now, he loaded the bases in the second, and he got Garrett Takamatsu with a huge strikeout, maybe the biggest of the game, to end the threat in the second inning and keep the Royals scoreless. Nate Ochoa at the plate now with the bases loaded and 2 out.
Ochoa has the only extra base hit in this game. He doubled back in the second and was put out on the base paths. So huge opportunity here for the Royals to pick up some insurance runs and try and break this open. First pitch, swing and a miss.
90 pitches now for Frank Garces. A little bit of movement in the Baycat bullpen, but nobody throwing right now. There are some warm bodies down there.
And that's 90 pitches for Garces. That's double what Kyle Thomas has, 45 through 4 innings.
Exactly double. And
high fly ball out toward left center field. Ijo on the run. He will settle under it a few feet in front of the warning track and make the catch. A tip of the hat from Frank Garces, who once again strands the bases loaded. It's still a 1-run ball game halfway through. Royals up 1-0 over the Baycats.
Danielle May Real Estate, supporting the Barrie Baycats and ready to help with all of your real estate questions. What is your home worth? Should you sell now or wait? Danielle is dedicated to your success. The next time you think real estate, think Danielle May.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Fans from 400 Chrysler and Barrie Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. This year, we are the community partners of the Barrie Baycats. Community is near and dear to our hearts here at the dealerships and one of our core values, so we can support local and shop local.
Royals and Baycats heading to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's the bottom of the 5th inning. It's brought to you by One-Eyed Jack Barrie. Bring your same-day Baycats tickets before or after a game and get 10% off your bill.
That's Ben Davy. I'm Julius Hern. It's the bottom third of the order for the Barrie Baycats. And Mr. 200's 200th game in the league. Adam Maud will lead things off.
This has been a great crowd here tonight and a 1-0 game.
Kyle Thomas, just 45 pitches through the first 4 innings. He's been extremely efficient. He's only picked up 3 strikeouts. And a big swing and a miss from Adam Ott on the first offering.
Only 2 Baycats have reached base safely tonight. Francisco Hernandez has done it twice, Wandy Cyprian once.
It'll be Odd, then Daly, then Ijo here in the 5th. 0-1 from Thomas. Swing and a miss from Odd yet again. It's 0-2. Thomas, his delivery outside. As Odd lays off. Odd hitting .287 this year. Really hasn't been able to bring up the walk totals as we've seen a lot of those first pitch, aggressive approaches from him as we saw in this plate appearance as well. And he does it yet again there. Strikes out to Thomas for the first out of the inning.
He has had these Baycats hitters guessing all night. This lineup, minus Hernandez and Cyprian, is now 0 for 12 against Kyle Thomas. He is hardly breaking a sweat out there.
I think the interesting thing here from Kyle Thomas is he's really, he can put away that change up to lefties, that curveball to righties, but you look at the way he's been able to use his two-seam fastball and that cutter this evening. That's really been the put-away pitch for the majority of his strikeouts tonight. Brendan Daly grounded out his first time. He swings and misses at the first pitch.
The 1-0 score really isn't reflective of the difference between Kyle Thomas and Frank Garces tonight. Frank has had base runners, innings to pitch out of, a couple of bases loaded jams. He's had all kinds of trouble. He's been able to get out of them for the most part. Thomas, though, has been breezing through this Baycat lineup.
Foul back to the screen. It's another 0-2 count.
There's a fan walking behind the screen. Has everybody kind of chuckling because that foul ball to the screen would have basically clocked him right in the head if the screen wasn't there. And he didn't even flinch. It's just like taking a summer stroll in the park.
Really nice crowd still here. Dusk has fallen over Athletic Culture Stadium. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss from Daly. Back-to-back Ks here in the fifth for Kyle Thomas.
Yeah, a little chilly now, so some of these fans putting on their jackets, but this is nice baseball weather. It's late August, humidity has really cleared nicely, and just a comfortable night. And we've had big crowds. We haven't really had noisy crowds, though, because the Baycats just aren't giving them much to cheer about here at home, and hopefully tonight that can change.
You see right there, 16 degrees now, nearly 10 after 9 o'clock. It's a beautiful night. Half moon out towards left field. And Kenise Ejo steps in. He pops the first pitch out of play foul.
Did you happen to see any of the meteors? We had that meteor shower there a week or so ago.
No, unfortunately I didn't, but I was well aware. I just hadn't been outside at the time. I was probably busy with something. But.
I was in Toronto, and there was just a little too much cloud cover down there, but up north it was apparently a lot clearer. My daughter's up in Huntsville, and I think she was out trying to find some of them.
0-1 from Thomas, swing and a miss from Ejo.
Ejo trying to hit a meteor there.
Yeah.
Just anything to break out of this slump. He is really, really struggling after a great start to this season.
Mentioned his last strikeout tied the league's single season record. And he's in danger of breaking it on this pitch. Here's the 0-2 from Thomas. Did he go around? Yes, he did. Striking out the side, Kyle Thomas. Just 55 pitches through 5. The Royals still lead 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the fifth.
Thinking about doing a renovation, but don't know where to find the best prices and quality? Go to Reno Liquidation Depot, where you'll find vanities, flooring, toilets, exterior doors, and so much more. Visit Reno Liquidation Depot today.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike sub. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Step up to the plate at Park Place. The latest fashion, delicious dining, exciting entertainment. Hungry after the game? Stop by one of their patios or grab a sweet treat for a grand slam of flavors to satisfy every craving. Park Place, where every visit is a home run.
Top of the 6th inning here at Athletic Culture Stadium. It's still a 1-0 lead for the Guelph Royals over the Barrie Baycats. Both these teams tied between the 4th and 5th spots here in the CBL, both 5 games back of first place, and what has been a really, really tight game pitching-wise between these two clubs so far.
This telecast is presented by the authority of the Canadian Baseball League and the Barrie Baycats Baseball Club, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or retransmission in any form is strictly prohibited.
So now the bottom third of the Royals order here in the top of the 6th. Standing leader Matthew Ward, Connor Amoro against Frank Garces. And right away, Francisco Hernandez playing in at third. First pitch is up high.
Frank Garces may hit 100 pitches this inning, a lot earlier than he would have liked, but he's been able to keep this Royals lead to just 1 run. So pitching effectively, but definitely creating some unnecessary jams for himself to work out of.
The Royals have stranded 8 base runners of the last 4 innings as leader lifts that one foul out of play.
Yeah, on the flip side, that's something the Royals are frustrated with, the stranded base runners. But for Barrie, it's just been the lack of offense and the possibility of wasting yet another solid pitching performance by their ace, Frank Garces, a lot like the Hamilton game. I keep coming back to it, but the way the score is playing out, it's very similar.
Called strike, it's 2-2. We were talking about this off air during the break, but just the difference between the Baycats at home and on the road in the last few weeks has been incredible to see. As you call back to that Hamilton game as a pitcher's duel, just a 2-1 loss for Barrie, but they go on the road and they score 12 runs and they win. They find their mojo somehow away from home more so than here.
Yeah, a typical Baycat road game lately has been the bats are there right from the get-go. They come out guns a-blazing, lead 7-1. Maybe it's 7-4, 7-5 at some point, and then they score some late inning runs to make it like 12-9. That's a typical Baycat road game. Typical home game is like they give up 1 or 2 runs early and just can't get anything going offensively and lose 2-1.
The appeal down to first, and leader went around. So strikeout to open the frame for Garces, and that's the first out of the inning.
This game is really following the same sort of script as that Hamilton game and some others that we've had here. The only difference being the lack of errors. So the Baycats had 4 or 5 errors. Hamilton committed 4 or 5 errors in that game, and the Baycats had extra scoring chances because of it and were unable to capitalize. It's been a clean game defensively for Guelph tonight. That's made it even harder for Barrie.
So now Matthew Ward will step in. First pitch, he takes it just outside. You look, anyone paying attention to that game in Kitchener on Sunday saw the Baycats put up 8 runs in the 2nd inning, and it really just seems so out of character at this point as Ward takes another one outside. Just compared to what we see at home, compared to what happens on the road, it's just kind of polar opposites.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier with the Baycats, the only team in the league with a winning record at home without a record above 500 at home. They're 10-10 here in Barrie.
Actually, I think Brantford has a winning record at home, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to double check.
But not a winning record on the road.
No. Brantford this year, 11-9 at home, 5-15 on the road.
Yeah. Well, if this score holds up, Baycats will have a losing record at home and a winning record on the road, and that's something that you just don't see very often in this league.
They would be the only team in the league to have that in their standings. Garces has fallen behind 3-1 to Matthew Ward, who has walked each of his first 2 times he's faced him.
Yeah, Dino Ramel was telling us what a fan he is of Matthew Ward when he was up here chatting with us a couple of innings ago, and a really good visit. If you missed it, definitely worth pulling up on the YouTube page later on.
Swing and a miss from Ward, count is full.
I think it was the 4th inning that Dino was up here, 3rd or 4th inning.
The 4th.
Oh, it was when Ward was at the plate, so it was the 4th, yeah. Yeah, scroll back and listen to that if you're watching the game live and you missed it earlier.
Huge pitch upcoming here for Garces. One out in the sixth. 3-2. Matthew Ward. Long look in for the lefty. He deals in the dirt. And Ward works a third walk against Garces.
Not a bad idea for the Royals. Patience at the plate. They were very aggressive early on in their at-bats in this ball game. Able to get a 1-0 lead, but nothing since. So Frank Garces already over 100 pitches, and if you can draw some walks, force some deep counts, you can force him right out of this game and get into that Baycat bullpen. That has to be something that's on the Royals' mind right now.
No one exactly throwing just yet in the Baycats bullpen, but a couple bodies on their way down. One out, Ward at first. The first pitch to Connor Morrow is a called strike. Garces has now walked 4 batters, and 3 of those walks have been to Matthew Ward.
You got to believe both of these managers want to stretch their starters as deep into this game as they can, especially in the Baycats' case, as they have 4 games in 4 days.
Poked out toward right center field. It's down for a base hit. Ward's going to take the stop sign and stick around at second base. So a 1-out knock for the former Baycat, Connor Morrow. It's his second hit of the game. And now the Royals threatening once again, another runner in scoring position with less than 2 out.
We've seen a few Baycats over the years end up with the Guelph Royals and play very well against their former team. Carson Burns comes to mind, another one who played well against Barrie, a former Baycat, and now Connor Morrow.
Claudio Custodio.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the biggest example right there. He always seems to pop up at the worst possible time for the Baycats, doesn't he?
As we get a mound visit here from Andrew White, brings the whole infield in. Seems like some bodies are starting to get stretching and getting loose into that Baycat bullpen. Looks like Oscar Moretta going through some tosses with a weighted ball on the fence there.
Josh Matlow on the top step of the dugout looking on, obviously with great interest. He'll no doubt check in with Andrew White when he gets back to the dugout and find out how Frank is doing here. Now 105 pitches.
You think back to the game on Thursday with the Hamilton Cardinals as Garrett Takamatsu steps in for a 4th time. Garces lifted after 6 1/3. That's just the 2nd time this year he was pulled mid-inning. Very rare for Frank Garces, and he left the bases loaded in that frame. Takamatsu with 1 out, takes the first pitch low.
The purpose of that visit probably twofold. A, obviously how to pitch Garrett Takamatsu. You know he could blow this game open with 1 swing. But also B, just to get a sense of maybe how much Frank Garces has left in the tank at this juncture of the ball game.
1-0. Takamatsu lifts it out to left center field. Kenise Ijo comes in. It'll be Noel McGarry Doyle to make the catch for out number 2. Takamatsu sat down for a 3rd consecutive time.
Normally the center fielder will call off the left fielder on those ones that are close enough to the center fielder's position, but in Ijo just sort of stepped aside and let the left fielder take that one.
So here's Anthony Gilbert. 1 for 2 so far, a walk and a single.
Yeah, Gilbert has reached base all 3 times, including the fielder's choice.
Yeah, he's scored the only run for the Royals so far tonight. So 2 out now, 2 on. Top of the 6th. Garces, first pitch is picked low by Wandy Cyprian.
Well, another jam for Frank Garces. He's getting it done, but he hasn't been doing it the easy way tonight, that's for sure.
He's left 8 Royals base runners on behind him so far tonight. 2 on behind him with 2 out now. 1-0 to Gilbert is outside.
Usually it's the team with the more stranded base runners that ends up on the wrong side of the score, but not the case right now. And the way this game, the storyline is going of this game, you got a feeling that unless the Baycats can wake up at the plate, they're going to be on the wrong side of this one.
2-0. Just gets in there for a strike.
That was a very close call. Frank needed that pitch.
Defense pretty much playing straight up, aside from Noah Hall keeping Connor Morrow honest at first base. Two-one to Gilbert. Line drive out towards center field. Canisijo on the move, and he will haul it in for out number 3. Garces once again leaves runners in scoring position. Guelph just not able to capitalize, but they still lead 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning here in Springwater.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Fans from Hern and Barrie Dodge Jeep Ram. This year, we are the community partners of the Barrie Baycats. Community is near and dear to our hearts here at the dealerships and one of our core values, so we can support local and shop local.
Join Team BKGC. Inside 17,000 square feet of dedicated gymnastic space, athletes of every age and level come together. Whether you're just starting out or building advanced skills, there's a place for you here. BKGC, building confidence, community, and champions since 1965. Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend.
Baycats and Royals, bottom of the 6th inning. It's brought to you by Pure and Simple, the better breakfast brand, located at 521 Bayfield Street, just minutes from the stadium.
Julius Hern along with Ben Davy is at the bottom of the 6th inning, and still a one-run game. The Royals got on the board in the top of the 1st inning, and it's still the difference in this contest. And it's the top of the Baycats order to face Kyle Thomas once again, who's pitching into the 6th inning for the first time this year. First pitch to McGarry Doyle, shows bunt, takes it low.
And just to give you an idea how well Kyle Thomas is pitching, if you're just joining us, he's retired 12 of the last 13. Struck out the side in the 5th inning and has been getting better as the game's gone on.
Yeah, just 56 pitches to this point, including that one to McGarry Doyle. The 1-0 here, shows bunt, gets it down. Matthew Ward after it, the throw to first is in time. Valiant effort there from Noel McGarry Doyle, but great play by Matthew Ward to get the first out.
Absolutely love the approach of Matthew Ward. Did not hesitate. There's always a tendency when the ball hugs the line just to wait and see if it's going to go foul. Ward didn't do that at all. He barehanded it, picked it up right away, knew how much speed McGarry Doyle has, and wasted no time throwing a perfect strike down to first.
Noah Macabrota also 0 for 2 tonight. Struck out to Thomas the last time they faced each other. Thomas's pitch is up high.
A lot of times you see catchers and infielders unnecessarily wait to see if the ball goes foul, and the ball's sitting there and you can make a play and get the out. You may as well go for it. It's sitting right there waiting for you.
Absolutely the right play there from Matthew Ward. Didn't have to go very far to pick it up either. I think that's a big help. 1-0. Called a strike on the outside part. It's 1-1. Looks like Oscar Moretta warming up now in full off the mound in that Baycat bullpen. Frank Garces at 111 pitches. Kyle Thomas, this will be pitch number 60, and it's just outside.
Well, not a perfect game, but as close as you probably could come to it for Kyle Thomas. It's just a clean score sheet and
just 3 hits. He's not allowed to walk. 2-1. inside part of the plate on Macabrota. It's back to 2-2.
6 through 9 in this Baycats lineup, a combined 0 for 8. Keys, Odd, Daly, and Ejo.
With 5 of Thomas's 5 of his 6 strikeouts, pardon me. 2-2 pitch, inside, it's a full count. I believe this is the first time Thomas has gotten up to a full count tonight. Francisco Hernandez awaits on deck. Thomas looks in, gets the sign. Here's the payoff pitch. Fouled off by Macabrota. Andrew White couldn't make a play on that bounding ball.
Well, the Baycats, 2 wins in a row, coming off a 12-9 loss here at home against London. The bats have been stone cold here tonight.
Pressure's on to get something moving here in their last 4 offensive innings. 3-2 again from Thomas. Upstairs, it's his first walk, and Macabrota reaches.
Great at bat by Nolan Macabrota, who understands the game as well as anybody, and he knows the situation before him. And right now, just simply getting on base, the most important thing. Try to create some opportunities to get that tying run in, and no need necessarily to try to tie the game with a swing of the bat. You're going to get those opportunities, definitely need to take them.
So runner on now for Francisco Hernandez.
And this is the guy you want at the plate right now, the way he's been swinging the bat.
2 for 2 tonight. Thomas's first offering, it's flown into center field. Andy Leader going back on it, and he makes the catch for out number 2.
That is a huge out for Kyle Thomas to get Francisco Hernandez, the hottest bat in the Baycat lineup tonight. Suddenly you've got 2 outs, and you face Noah Hull, who's 0 for 2 with a couple of fly balls to center field tonight.
Still shows me that Francisco Hernandez has seen the ball super well. Like, he got a really good piece on that baseball. Just hit it to the deepest part of the ballpark. And now it's all up to Noah Hull to extend this inning. 2 out, Nolan Macabrota at first. Thomas looks in. Here's the first pitch. It just misses low. Wandy Cyprian on deck. Noah Hall's flown out to center field both times tonight on some deep fly balls. 1-0. Right down the middle for strike 1.
If any fan was arriving at the ballpark right now and looking at the pitch counts, they would say, oh, the Baycats have gone to the bullpen. No, they haven't. That's 111 pitches for Frank Garces and 67 for the Royals starter, Kyle Thomas.
The pitch count space on the scoreboard here at the ballpark doesn't have triple digits.
That is a remarkable discrepancy between the 2 starters tonight.
Inside on Hull, just catches the plate though. It's 1-2.
Really tells you all you need to know about the way that this ball game has gone. And despite that, the Baycats have a chance to win. Down by 1, they're very fortunate.
All that despite only having 3 hits tonight to the Royals 7.
Well, if you're going to win a championship, somewhere along the way you have to win some games that you didn't deserve to win, and this might be one of those games for Barrie here.
1-2 from Thomas, liner, but caught by Miguel Geraldo at second base. Another hard hit ball that Noah Hall just falls short on. And the Baycats stranded base runner still down 1. Ben Davy will call the rest of this one for you here on Baycats TV.
Danielle May Real Estate, supporting the Barrie Baycats and ready to help with all of your real estate questions. What is your home worth? Should you sell now or wait? Danielle is dedicated to your success. The next time you think real estate, think Danielle May.
Welcome back to Athletic Culture Stadium. Coming out of the 7th inning stretch, this inning is brought to you by Wild Wing Barrie. Go ahead, Baycats, get wild.
And the Royals will go to the bullpen for the first time this evening. A fine pitching performance by Kyle Thomas to turn over a 1-0 lead to a name Baycats fans know very well, Claudio Custodio.
Yeah, it's his 4th season with the Guelph Royals after spending 2017 with the Baycats and winning a championship. He was an MVP with Guelph back in 2022. This year, he's already had 11 appearances out of the bullpen, a 1-0 record, a 2.66 ERA in 20 and a third innings. Very, very high velocity on this guy's fastball. We saw him really dominate out of the Royals bullpen late last year on a really long playoff run. And he's pitched once against the Baycats this year. That was in Guelph. He went 2 2/3. He allowed just 1 hit, struck out 4 over 2 2/3 innings.
So the Baycats looking to get something going here. Juan DeCiprian leading it off for Barrie. Custodio's 1 season in Barrie came between my 2 tenures covering this team, so I haven't had the opportunity to cover Custodio as a Baycat, but as a visiting player, he's come in here and pitched so well for the Royals. You look at the career numbers, 21-2 lifetime. That 2017 season with the Baycats, he was so remarkable. 6-1, 2.29 ERA. And this one's driven to center field, and it is right at the center fielder, Andy Leader, for the first out. I remember watching Custodio just as a Baycats fan, just coming here with my kids and watched a lot of baseball that summer. That 2017 Baycats team was very good. Custodio was a huge part of it.
Really similar pitch mix compared to Kyle Thomas. Just a 4-seam fastball instead of a 2-seamer that Thomas has, but very heavy on the cutter compared to the Royals starter tonight. So keep an eye out for that, especially on these put-away pitches for the Baycats if they get down to 2 strikes.
Has not lost a game in the CBL/IBL since 2022. 3-0 in 2023, 1-0 in 2025, 1-0 this year. That 2022 season, he was 10-1 for the Royals. He did not pitch in the CBL in the Baycats championship year in 2024, so they didn't have to face him that year when Barrie faced Guelph in the finals.
I think after his 1 year with the Baycats, he went on and pitched in the Baltimore Orioles organization.
That pitch is up high, 2-1. Not a guy you want to face down 1-0 in the 7th inning. Fouled away.
Custodio holds the single-season strikeout record in the CBL. 196 strikeouts in 2022.
So 2022 is that year he went 10-1. And that'll do it for Clayton Keys. Down on strikes, 2 down.
Baycats haven't had a hit since the 4th inning. And the year he was with the Baycats had an ERA under 3, won the ERA title in the league that year as well. So very decorated in this league.
The stats page on the CBL website is not accurate on Claudio Custodio, so I'm going to stop referring to his stats right now. Because it says in 2022 he had 0 strikeouts, and we know that that's not right. So maybe the number was just so big they couldn't put it on there.
Possibly. I know it was like approaching 200. I think I had 196.
Staggering. We talked about Frank Garces' franchise total of 116. Think how much higher that number is.
Yeah.
The league record. So 2 down. Here's Adam Odd. Another tough night at the plate for him, 0 for 2. Some of these Baycats may only get 3 at-bats tonight, the way that the Royals pitchers have been mowing down this Baycat lineup. First Kyle Thomas, now Claudio Custodio. crowd has thinned out a little bit, but not too much. Still a decent contingent here. Swing and a miss, strike three. Great pitching by Claudio Custodio in relief for Kyle Thomas. He gets the Baycats 3 up, 3 down in the 7th. We go to the 8th. Still 1-0 Guelph here at Athletic Culture Stadium.
Step up to the plate at Park Place. The latest fashion, delicious dining, exciting entertainment. Hungry after the game? Stop by one of their patios or grab a sweet treat for a grand slam of flavors to satisfy every craving. Park Place, where every visit is a home run.
Thinking about doing a renovation but don't know where to find the best prices and quality? Go to Reno Liquidation Depot, where you'll find vanities, flooring, toilets, exterior doors, and so much more. Visit Reno Liquidation Depot today.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike's Sub. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Ben Davy, Julius Hern, top of the 8th inning. Royals looking to add to a 1-0 lead. Final regular season game between the Royals and the Baycats. This is a very possible play-in game matchup if these teams finish 4th and 5th. They come into tonight tied for 4th, so home field at stake for that game, but certainly lots of possibilities, including the chance to avoid that game for both of these teams. Oscar Moretta nearly hits the leadoff hitter with a pitch high and in.
Talked to Baycats manager Josh Matlow before the game and asked him straight up, hey, is this the biggest game of the season? And he said, by far.
Well, they're all big, but when you're staring down the team that you might be playing in that play-in game, certainly you want to get home field and avoid the game completely if you can, and you need to finish 3rd to do that.
Well,
Andy Leader fouls it off.
Considering the Baycats' recent struggles at home, and including tonight, I'm not sure even if they finish 4th or 5th or whatever, if they play in that one-game wild card, if home field really even matters.
It's hard to explain. I mean, certainly you want it if you can get it, but the Baycats have not played well in front of these crowds, which is a real shame. These packed houses, again, tonight, either the largest or the second largest crowd of the year. They're sitting on the steps here around us. There's no room on the benches. That's how big this crowd is tonight. And they haven't had anything to cheer about at all. 3 singles tonight for the Baycats. That's it.
Baycats have lost their last 4 games at home. That includes the one that was made up in Kitchener in a doubleheader.
Some good pitching from Frank Garces and now Oscar Moretta on in relief. 1 away here in the 8th.
Moretta's struck out the leadoff hitter in each of his first 2 innings. It looks like Carlos Sano starting to throw down the Baycats bullpen. He would likely be the ninth inning man for Barrie.
These are definitely the games where you want to be playing your best baseball. Big crowds at home, last 2 weeks of the season. Get that momentum, get that fan energy going into the playoffs, and the Baycats just have not been getting it done here. How about Matthew Ward tonight? 3 walks.
Well, all 3 were to Frank Garces, and interesting to see how it's really been a similar approach here to the righty Oscar Moretta. He's been super patient.
How much of an edge do you think psychologically this game tonight gives either of these teams going into that 1-game play-in? Back to the mound, Moretta, ho-hum. 2 down.
I think it does more for the outlook on the rest of the season, not necessarily looking at that one-game wild card. I think because they don't know they're playing each other yet. I mean, like, it's definitely a possibility. It's not locked in. But I think that it gives you more hope for not having to play that game, as opposed to having an advantage over the other team, whether it's being at home or just the psychological piece there. I think it does more for the rest of the regular season than the one game. Gives you more reason that you have something to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. If third place becomes out of the question for these teams into the last couple of games, you can kind of set it up so that you've got your best pitcher out there for that play-in game if you know that it's going to be coming. And that's going to be the case once the Baycats clinch their play-in spot at some point. We expect that will happen. This one over second, and it's into right field for a base hit. Connor Morrow is aboard for the 3rd time tonight. 3 for 4. And the Royals' number 9 hitter.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think at that point, you're trying your best to set up your best do-or-die pitcher for that game if it happens, right?
You may go through your entire pitching staff just to win that game.
Yeah.
That's the other thing, and then that's a huge disadvantage.
Absolutely, especially because I think at this point it would be 2 days until game 1 of the semifinals would start after that wild card.
Runner goes, pitches outside. No, it's a called strike. Here's the throw, not in time. Actually, Cyprian never even threw it down.
Cyprian hesitated, and at that point he just knew that there was no point in even trying to throw down.
A little surprised that was called a strike. 0-1 the count. That could be a huge steal. Let's see if Garrett Takamatsu can capitalize here.
Just
it's a 1-0 Royals lead.
3rd steal for Connor Morrow this year.
Popped up. Shallow right field. Clayton Keys calls it, has it. That'll do it. Bottom of the 8th we go. Baycats running out of outs. Never mind innings. 1-0 Royals.
Join Team BKGC. Inside 17,000 square feet of dedicated gymnastic space, athletes of every age and level come together. Whether you're just starting out or building advanced skills, there's a place for you here. BKGC, building confidence, community, and champions since 1965. Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend.
Welcome back to Athletic Culture Stadium. This 8th inning is brought to you by United Way Simcoe Muskoka, making poverty unignorable. To learn how you can help, you can visit uwsimcoemuskoka.ca.
Baycats down by a run as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 1-0 Royals. Brendan Daly will lead it off for the Baycats. Talked about how this bottom of the order has struggled against Kyle Thomas and now Claudio Custodio. 0 for 10 tonight. The bottom 4 hitters, Keys, Odd, Daly, and Ejo. They need to get something going here in a big way.
Big defensive change to note here for Guelph. Ashton Patterson in the game for Nita Choa. He's in center field. Andy Leader moves over from center to right.
Defensive changes for the Royals here in the late innings. Acting manager Donnie Fell handling duties tonight. Custodio's pitch bounces up to the plate. Still a good contingent of fans here as this game has gone into the late innings. I'd say probably 80% of the fans still here. It's thinned out a little bit, but really nice crowd on hand here. It'd be nice to send them home happy.
Yeah, temperatures really cooled off throughout the evening, and yeah, some people left early, but a lot of these fans wanted to see how this one plays out.
Certainly don't want to miss a thrilling walk-off win, and I've talked to a lot of fans over the years that have joked about that. We watched it, but we heard you guys call it instead of watching it at the park as we drove home, and it's always better to watch it in person if you can stick it out for the 9 innings. Driven to right field, and a running catch made by Andy Leader in right. 1 down here in the 8th.
That one almost kind of crossed up Andy Leader as he was charging in. It was almost on a frozen rope, that line drive to the opposite field from Brendan Daly. It looked like it was a surefire base hit, but it just carried right into the glove of Andy Leader.
So 1 away. Here's Kinesijo, 2 strikeouts tonight. This man needs a moment. Takes the first pitch up high. Sometimes that's all it takes. 1 big swing, 1 big moment to turn things around. The Baycats need to turn things around here this evening, and he'd certainly like to turn his season around as well. Takes a pitch up high, 2-0.
Was looking like an MVP favorite in the first half of the year, and he has really kind of been stagnant. You look at his home run totals, that kind of shot up to 8. He's still at that mark. He's had a few RBIs there and some base hits, but that's about it.
Swing and a miss. Chased one. Not swinging the bat well, and you have to think if you can draw a walk, you like your chances. You got a 400 hitter on deck in Noel McGarry-Doyle. Nolan Macabrota, big bat behind him, and then Francisco Hernandez, who's been their best hitter tonight. So super important that Ejo can find a way to get on here.
And that's the reason why he's in the number 9 spot tonight, you'd hope, for Josh Matlow.
Lays off that one. That's a good sign, 3-1. So Custodio's got to throw him something good here. He doesn't want to put Ejo on. This is a big pitch coming up here, maybe the biggest at bat of the game. Let's see. To third, and it's right in the glove of Franklin Torres. Another line drive right at somebody. Baycats have had a few of those tonight.
I typically note in my scorebook whether it was a line out compared to a fly out. There's like 6 lineouts tonight for Barrie.
Noah Hull lined one right at Miguel Geraldo to end the 6th with a runner on. I mean, the Baycats haven't stranded many runners because they haven't had many, but that was an example there where Hull hit it hard, but right on the nose. Well, sometimes when things aren't going your way, nothing's going right, and Kinesijo, I'm sure, is one frustrated player right now. 2 down, here's Noel McGarry-Doyle. This crowd is so quiet tonight, I think the players can probably hear us doing the broadcast, because this crowd has not had much to cheer about at all. 3 hits for the Baycats, that's it. 0-1, swing and a miss. McGarry-Doyle whiffed at that. 0-2.
3 hits would be a season low for the Baycats, and they've had a couple 4-hit games and a couple 5-hit games, but nothing as low as 3.
Not the game on the calendar that you would want. A 3-hit output from your offense. Give the Royals full credit. Here's the pitch from Custodio, called strike 3. Could have been high, could have been inside, but Custodio gets the call, and the Baycats go 3 up, 3 down. We go to the top of the 9th. Guelph looking to add to a 1-0 lead here at Athletic Kulture Stadium.
Step up to the plate at Park Place. The latest fashion, delicious dining, exciting entertainment. Hungry after the game? Stop by one of their patios or grab a sweet treat for a grand slam of flavors to satisfy every craving. Park Place, where every visit is a home run.
Barry, this one's for you. My name is James Anderson, owner of Sinclair Sports Medical Center. We find what's actually going wrong with your body and we make a plan to fix it. And I've spent years helping people in this city move better and hurt less. We want to help you feel like yourself again. Come see us and let's get you back to living your best life.
What makes Jersey Mike's a sub above? Is it the premium meats and cheeses sliced on the spot and piled high on their in-store baked bread? Or could it be their hot, freshly grilled subs? How about all of the above? Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Top of the ninth inning, it's 1-0 Royals, and Carlos Sano will come into this game to face the 2-3-4 hitters in the top of the ninth inning.
Well, as you mentioned, as we were off air watching him kind of start to warm up, he does lead this team in wins with 7. So there is some kind of hope here for the Barrie Baycats, and it's not that uncommon to see him come in on a 1-run deficit, maybe even a tie game. 7-2 this year, a 2.22 ERA at 19 outings out of the bullpen. 3 saves this year and 24 in the third innings.
Needless to say, this pitching staff was not structured for Carlos Sano to lead the team in wins. That was not the plan. It's just the way it's unfolded.
Now, a lot of late inning walk-off wins early on in the year where he came on and was the last pitcher of record.
Called strike, 1-1, Anthony Gilbert, the shortstop.
Picked up his 3rd save of the year on Tuesday, sealing that game in Hamilton. A 6-3 win for the Baycats.
The ideal scenario is to get him the ball with the lead, not down by a run or more, to try to come back and win the game, but he's out here to work the ninth and try to turn this 1-0 deficit over to the lineup one more time. 1-2 coming up to Anthony Gilbert, who's reached base 3 times tonight. Here's the pitch, outside.
His last 4 outings have been scoreless. And he has not allowed an earned run since he blew a save on July 31st in Hamilton and ended up losing that game.
Sano, a long look in. Works from the stretch, even with the bases empty behind him. Now he delivers. Fly ball to the gap. Left center field. Ejo running over, makes the catch. 1 away. That ball hung up in the air just long enough.
Gilbert put a great swing on it. Really hit to the most difficult part to get to for Noel Gary Doyle and Kenise Ejo, but Ejo runs it down, and that's a sigh of relief for fans that have stuck it out here in this top of the ninth.
So here's Franklin Torres, 1 for 4. If you're looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth inning, you got to like the Baycats' chances. Nolan Macabrota, Francisco Hernandez, Noah Hull. If you were to handpick 3 guys to lead off the bottom of the ninth down by a run, that's pretty good.
I think the only question at this point is who are they going to face? Is it going to be a 3rd inning for Claudio Custodio, or is Donnie Fell going to send out Kevin Escorcia in a safe situation?
That'll be an interesting decision. Driven to left. And the catch is made in left field by Noel McGarry-Doyle. 2 quick outs here for Carlos Sano.
Yeah, but they've been 2 hard-hit balls, and I think Sano might consider himself lucky that his defense is so strong out in left and center. And Victor Mascai up, and the way that he's been hitting this year, with 7 home runs, an OPS just under 1,000. You can't make a mistake here.
2 outs in the 9th for Mascai. Sano with a fastball and it's fouled back to the screen. Don't forget the Welland Jackfish are here tomorrow night. That game's not on your printed schedule from the start of the season. It is a rescheduled game. We don't usually have Fridays here at home, but hopeful for a big crowd here tomorrow. This one driven high and deep to right field. Does it have enough? Doesn't look like it. The catch is made in deep left field by Clayton Keys. One more chance for the Baycats in the bottom of the 9th, trailing 1-0 here in Barrie.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Fans from Fort Hunter Chrysler and Barrie Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. This year, we are the community partners of the Barrie Baycats. Community is near and dear to our hearts here at the dealerships and one of our core values, so we can support local and shop local.
Go to Reno Liquidation Depot, where you'll find vanities, flooring, toilets, exterior doors, and so much more. Visit Reno Liquidation Depot today.
Danielle May Real Estate, supporting the Barrie Baycats and ready to help with all of your real estate questions. What is your home worth? Should you sell now or wait? Danielle is dedicated to your success. The next time you think real estate, think Danielle May.
Last chance for the Barrie Baycats. 3 outs to go on this 9th inning is brought to you by United Way Simcoe Muskoka, making poverty unignorable. To learn how you can help, you can visit uwsimcoemuskoka.ca.
All right, here we go. Bottom of the 9th inning. Do the Baycats have a little bit of magic for these fans on this Thursday night, second last weekend of the season? A 1-0 deficit to the Guelph Royals. Nolan Macabrota, Francisco Hernandez, and Noah Hull, the scheduled 3 hitters.
Against Claudio Custodio, too, and I think the way the lineup is structured tonight, I don't think you could have asked for a better 3 hitters due up in the bottom of the 9th inning, down 1.
I think I might have just handpicked these same 3 guys, to be honest with you. First pitch, a called strike to Nolan Macabrota. Macabrota has power. 0 for 2 tonight with a walk. Taking all the way, and it's down low, 1-1.
Custodio pitched the last 2 innings. He retired all 6 batters he faced, so he has not faced either Macabrota, Hernandez, or Hull tonight.
Pitch on the way from Custodio. A swing and a high fly ball to center field. It's going to stay in the park, though. And a nice catch drifting back in center field by Ashton Patterson, the defensive replacement. Makes a great catch on a ball that could have been extra bases. 1 out in the 9th.
Macabrota gave it everything he had there, but Ashton Patterson, there's a reason why he came into this game as a defensive replacement. Just the speed and the awareness out in center field, and kind of got turned around on that, but was able to kind of make a falling grab and keep Macabrota from extra bases.
Francisco Hernandez has been one of the Baycats' steadier, more consistent producers at the plate here in the second half. Big at bat here with 1 out in the 9th. First pitch is up high. Strike one. Frank Garces allowed just 2 earned runs in 6 2/3 against Hamilton last week. He allows just 1 run here tonight in the top of the first inning, and the Baycats with nothing to show for either of those 2 starts.
Almost looking like it's the definition of wire to wire in baseball. You see that kind of in basketball, where a team will score first and lead the entire way. But the Guelph Royals scored early, and it's been the whole difference through all 9 innings.
I mean, you combine those 2 games, this one's not over yet, but 8 hits and 2 runs in those 2 games for Frank Garces as far as run support goes. You just can't do that and expect to win with your best pitcher out there. What a walk by Francisco Hernandez. Oh my goodness, that was a close pitch. Just didn't miss by much.
No, he was so confident that he was getting the first base on that. And for Custodio, a rare walk, and it's a walk to a base runner you don't want to have on first base behind you. We saw Francisco Hernandez steal a base back in the first inning, and if he's able to jump on a potential mistake by either Custodio or Matthew Ward behind the plate, it could put the tying run in scoring position.
1 swing can determine the outcome of this game either way. 1 on, 1 out, bottom of the 9th, middle infield, double play death, first pitch. And Hull is up there taking a hack, just got a piece.
Yeah, I think Noah Hull, who's had 3 really hard hit balls today, 2 of them to dead center field, was thinking home run on that pitch.
Anthony Gilbert, Miguel Geraldo, the middle infield for the Royals. They'll be ready for anything on the ground to try to end this ball game.
Just look how far Connor Morrow playing at first base, or at least he was positioned on the grass. Speaking of Custodio, looked like, as he tries to hold on Hernandez.
Hull maybe thinking about ending this game a different way. Most importantly, though, keeping this inning alive. On deck is Wandy Cyprian. Oh, and 1 on the way from Custodio. Here it comes. Taking, and it's outside. 1-1.
Rally caps are on in that Baycats dugout. Everyone at the top step at the rail.
They need a big win here at home. They can turn the page on an awful lot of past frustrations with a big moment here tonight. Trailing 1-0. Runner goes. Here's the pitch. High fly ball to left field. Should stay in the park for Maskai, and he makes the catch. Back to first goes Hernandez, 2 away.
That's a frustrating out there for Noah Hull. You can just see it on his face on the way back to the dugout.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to hit a fly ball there, especially with the runner in motion.
No, it seemed like the hit and run was on just to try and put something in place, stay out of a double play.
Wandy Cyprian has had some big moments this year. Is he due for another one? 2 out in the inning. Baycats down to their final bullet here tonight. Here's the pitch. And it's upstairs, ball 1.
Aside from Hernandez, he is the Baycats' only other hit tonight.
3 hits in this game. 2 from the guy standing at first base right now. 1 from the guy at the plate. So if you're going to put 2 players in this situation, may as well be these 2. Hernandez the lead at first. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
Custodio brought out that nasty curveball. Down in the count, just trying to get something going against Cyprian. It worked out to perfection. That late break.
Thank you, Justin.
A hush falls over the crowd. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Bounces up to the plate. Off goes the runner. And unable to get a handle on it is Matthew Ward. Francisco Hernandez at second base. How big might that be?
It always comes down to something like that, a wild pitch to turn a single into the potential game-tying play. And that looks like the discussion between the battery right now in front of the mound. How are they going to handle this 2-1 count? Just 1 out to go.
So 2 fly balls, one off the bat of Nola Macabrota, one off the bat of Noah Hull. The runner at second is Francisco Hernandez. Drew a walk, took second on a wild pitch, and now he's in scoring position with Wandy Cyprian at the plate. Biggest moment of the ball game right here. Baycats looking to tie this game. Here's the pitch. Bounces up to the plate. It goes to the backstop, and Hernandez is at third. Another wild pitch from Claudio Custodio. And who had this written in the 9th inning script?
Very uncharacteristic. It looks like or at least seemed like he was trying to get maybe a little bit too fancy on Wandy Cyprian. He's gone further and further down into the count, and just like that, the tying run's 90 feet away.
If he throws another one of those, this game is tied. Hernandez 90 feet away. It is a 1-0 Guelph lead. Bottom of the 9th inning, 2 outs. Cyprian calmly looks in. Hernandez dancing around at third. Here's the pitch, driven to center field, and it will drop for a base hit! Into score is Hernandez, and into second with a double is Wandy Cyprian. This game is tied. What a bottom of the 9th for the Baycats as Francisco Hernandez scores, and Barrie is finally on the board.
Really nice effort there from Andy Leader, just comes up short, it gets by him. Wandy Cyprian, the way he's able to run around the bases, he takes full advantage of that. And now in scoring position, the winning run, just like that.
Brand new ball game. Runner at second, 2 out. Here's Clayton Keys swinging at the first pitch. Couldn't connect.
With Cyprian speed, anything in the shallow outfield area could score him. He's dancing off that lead at second base on every pitch.
Custodio. Swing and a miss by Keys. Not sure if we mentioned it on air or off, but Claudio Custodio does not have a loss charged to his name since 2022. Gives up a 1-0 lead in the 9th here tonight.
Yeah, you wouldn't have had Custodio for a blown save, but here we are.
0-2 to Keys. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And these fans are going to get some bonus baseball here tonight. Nothing determined through 9 innings. It's Guelph 1, Barrie 1 as we go to the top of the 10th inning.
Thinking about doing a renovation but don't know where to find the best prices and quality? Go to Reno Liquidation Depot, where you'll find vanities, flooring, toilets, exterior doors, and so much more. Visit Reno Liquidation Depot today.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike's Sub. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Step up to the plate at Park Place. The latest fashion, delicious dining, exciting entertainment. Hungry after the game? Stop by one of their patios or grab a sweet treat for a grand slam of flavors to satisfy every craving. Park Place, where every visit is a home run.
Ben Davy and Julius Hern as we go to the top of the 10th inning for the first time in a little while. Baycats and Royals in a 1-1 tie. Very exciting bottom of the 9th inning. Wandy Cyprian driving in Francisco Hernandez with the tying run to bring us to extra innings here. Carlos Sano back out to work the 10th for Barrie.
Runner at second is Victor Muskai, who flew out to right to end the 9th.
No pinch runner, just the courtesy. That's all.
Miguel Geraldo due up along with Nate Ochoa and Andy Leader. Actually, Ochoa out of the game now, so it'll be Ashton Patterson, I believe, in his place.
Taking a look at the extra innings records between these two teams. Barrie very successful early on this year, 5-1 in extra innings in 2026. Guelph just 1-0.
Only the second extra inning game for the Royals.
Yeah.
Wow. No balls, one strike. Pitch from Sano. Gets it over the plate for a called strike 2. Geraldo thought that might have been outside a little. Takes a long walk.
Geraldo's 0 for 2. He reached base twice. He was hit by a pitch and then later walked.
I can't get a shot at that runner at second base. The ball's in the way.
Runner at second is Muskai.
Ready, 3.
0-2 coming up here from Carlos Sano.
Get him here, Sano. Get him.
Takes his time. Just outside. They appeal to first to see if he went. He did not, says first base umpire Chris Walters. Sano waited a long time. It would have been a pitch clock violation for sure. Sano really trying to throw off Geraldo's timing here.
Oh, yeah, okay. Ready, 3.
Slowing it right down here. 1-2 coming up. Fly ball, right field. Long way to go for Keys near the fence. Makes the catch on the track.
Ready, 2. Take 2.
1 away in the 10th. Runner goes to third on a deep fly ball down the line.
Very productive for Miguel Geraldo there. Basically the exact same as a bunt. Moving the runner over the third, just 90 feet away. Now the go-ahead run as Ashton Patterson steps in.
Yeah, a lot of high fives for Geraldo heading back to the dugout after that fly out.
Couldn't have put it in a deeper part of the ballpark to move a runner up to third as the Baycats don't move their infield in.
Ready, 3.
First pitch from Sano, and it's a high fly ball to right field. Let's see if the runner tags. Keys is in. It's pretty shallow. The runner will tag. Here comes Muskai. The throw, the tag! They got him at home plate! And the Royals dugout is furious as they come pouring out to argue with home plate umpire David Phillips. They were sure that he got in under that tag.
No, they're arguing that the ball was dropped by Cyprian. They're like Donnie Fell came right out, pointed right at the baseball, and you see now the immediate conference between the three umpires. I think the Royals have an argument here. I don't think Cyprian was able to hold on.
And they have changed the call and said safe. Hard for us to see because Cyprian kept the ball in front of him. I couldn't tell if he had held onto that ball or not from our vantage point. Certainly the tag was there, but the umpires converging and ruling that he did not hang on to the ball. So Muskai scores on the fly out, the sac fly to right field, and here's Andy Leader. It's now 2-1 Royals.
And no argument from the Baycats dugout.
Well, I think they know the umpires got the call right. Yeah. First pitch is up high. Leader tonight 0 for 4. 2 strikeouts, a pop-up, a fielder's choice. Well, that's the situation with that extra innings runner at second base. You can hit a couple of deep fly balls and suddenly you're in the lead, and that's all the Royals needed to do.
You can have 2 sacrifices, as we basically just saw there, and you can be put in the lead right away.
Of course, the Baycats can do that as well. So it's not really an advantage one way or another. It's just a situation where you can manufacture a run in extra innings in a way that you couldn't in the previous 9. And a lot of fans don't like that. I personally would like to see it go back to the traditional way with the bases empty in extra innings, but
I agree. The way they do it in playoff baseball just makes sense.
Certainly this feels like a playoff game. The count is 1-2. And there's a base hit to center field by Andy Leader. So Matthew Ward now to the plate, and he has 3 walks tonight. Royals looking to keep their foot on the gas here. These extra innings rules, no lead really feels safe.
The Royals have an arm up in their bullpen, a right-hander, so it looks like they'll have a new arm in after Custodio to start the 10th inning.
Matthew Ward, the number 8 hitter, to face Carlos Sano, who has really slowed this inning down. Electing to take his time out there. Now he delivers, and it's low. Cyprian looking around for it. It was in front of him the whole time.
Leader has 8 stolen bases this year, and I would not be surprised to see him attempt it even with 2 outs, just considering how slow Sano has been on the mound. Not typically a guy that tends to pay much attention to the base runners, especially in these late game scenarios, but I wouldn't be surprised if Leader takes a shot.
This one's driven high and deep to left field. Back a long way. It is off the wall and against the base of the fence. Canisijo picks it up, fires it in, and the Royals add to their lead. Andy Leader in to score on what will be an RBI double for Matthew Ward. And now the Baycats trail by 2. And things starting to unravel on Carlos Sano. After a couple of deep fly balls to get 2 outs, cost a run. Now back-to-back hits for the Royals, and the number 9 hitter, Connor Morrow, comes to the plate.
We talked to Royals manager Dino Ramel back in the 4th inning. He said how much Matthew Ward likes to hit in this ballpark. Well, he just proved it right there with that double.
Morrow showing bunt, pulls it back, 1-0. Another hard hit ball by the Royals. Guelph with 39 team home runs. That's the fewest in the league. Barrie is 3rd in home runs overall. That one fouled back to the screen.
The Royals have put now 7 balls in play against Carlos Sano, and all 7 batters he's faced. All of them have been to the outfield.
Connor Morrow with a 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. Down the line, and it's off the glove of Hull. He's got it. Steps on the bag for the out. And that will do it for Guelph. They score 2 and take a 3-1 lead to the bottom of the 10th inning.
Join Team BKGC. Inside 17,000 square feet of dedicated gymnastic space, athletes of every age and level come together. Whether you're just starting out or building advanced skills, there's a place for you here. BKGC, building confidence, community, and champions since 1965. Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend.
Barry, this one's for you. My name is James Anderson, owner of Sinclair Sports Medical Center. We find what's actually going wrong with your body and we make a plan to fix it. And I've spent years helping people in this city move better and hurt less. We want to help you feel like yourself again. Come see us and let's get you back to living your best life.
Bottom of the 10th inning against the Baycats and the Royals, and a 3-1 Guelph lead now. Bottom third of the order, due up for Barrie. Adam Odd, Brendan Daly, Kinesijo, and they will face Claudio Custodio, who gave up the lead in the bottom of the ninth, allowing the Baycats to tie it. Comes back into the game now with a chance to get the win.
And after Victor Mascai scored the go-ahead run in the top half of this inning, Ryan Dos Santos takes over for him in left field.
So Clayton Keys will be the runner at second base. Adam Odd at the plate. Odd hits that to right field for a base hit. They're going to send the runner. Keys around third. Here comes the throw. It's not in time. Baycats now trail by a run. Adam Odd wastes no time getting an RBI single.
It seemed like it might be a risky move there for Andrew White to give Keys the wave with how shallow that ball was in right field, but Andy Leader bobbled it a little bit on the initial pickup, and he had no chance after that to make a throw.
And a nice job by Odd to go to that side of the field. It looked like the Royals were playing him the other way. In fact, as the pitch was delivered, Anthony Gilbert went a long way to his right over to the third base side. This one bunted down the line foul.
That one just cut inside on Brendan Daly. He had the right mindset to put a bunt down there and put the tying run in scoring position. But that one just, the cutter there from Claudio Custodio just ran inside, didn't catch the big part of the bat.
Tying run at first, winning run at the plate. 3-2 Royals, bottom of the 10th inning. Custodio, 0-1 pitch, and it's in the dirt. Ward looks the runner back. Nobody out here. You know the Baycats putting utmost importance on advancing that runner at first. Nice job by Adam Odd to break out of his 0-for-3 slump today. The biggest hit of the ball game so far. Here's the pitch, another bunt, and it's back to the mound. Custodio with a soft toss to first in time. They pay no attention to Adam Odd, who takes second. So the Royals will take their chances with a runner in scoring position and Kinesijo at the plate.
Ejo needs something going here. You know, struggled all night. He had a really hard hit ball in the 8th inning that was right at Franklin Torres at third base. But 2 strikeouts before that. He's the guy in this Baycats lineup that needs a jolt the most.
Well, oftentimes after a hard hit ball, it's the next pitch where the player, or the next at bat, where the player is able to finally deliver. And let's see if that's the case for Ejo here. Runner at second. That's the tying run. It's Adam Odd. One away. Pitch from Custodio. Swing and a miss.
He was just behind that one. Custodio started him off with a fastball. Ejo just couldn't catch up.
They're not really holding Adam Odd on very closely here. Here's the pitch. Foul back to the screen. No balls and 2 strikes. On deck is Noel McGarry Doyle. You got a 400 hitter on deck. If you're the Guelph Royals, this is the guy you want to get at the plate. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Tying run at second base. Custodio delivers. Bounces up to the plate. Control's been a bit of an issue for him here. Certainly saw that as a factor in the 9th inning.
Well, it's interesting in this occasion he had Ejo on 2 strikes. Back at when we saw Wandy Cyprian at the plate with the wild pitches. You saw it when he was down in the count.
1-2 coming up to Kenisi Ejo. Royals lead by a run, 10th inning. And now time is called. A hush falls over this crowd. Still a good crowd here. In this bottom of the 10th inning, Baycats trail 3-2. Custodio looks at the runner, and now the throw over, and it's well off the mark, and balk has been called on Custodio. The throw was to the second baseman, Miguel Geraldo.
Yeah, both home plate umpire David Phillips and first base umpire Chris Walters all over it. As soon as Geraldo snagged that ball, they called the balk right away.
So Custodio with an illegal pickoff move, and that'll cost them 90 feet of base real estate. And now at third base with a tying run is Adam Odd. Kenisi Ejo at the plate with a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. Up high.
Infield in now for the Royals.
Torres at third, Gilbert at short, Geraldo at second, Morrow at first. Let's see if they try to cut off that runner at home plate. Anything on the ground here? Looks like that's going to be the plan. Custodio to Ejo. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Claudio Custodio. 2 down in the inning. And here is Noel McGarry Doyle.
Well, if you're the Baycats, you're okay with living and dying with a hitter like Noel McGarry Doyle. He's at the top of this lineup for a reason. Arguably been the best hitter for the Baycats throughout this entire season, and the biggest game of the year lies on his bat.
Adam Odd started this inning with a first pitch RBI single to bring home Clayton Keys from second base. He's at third base now and represents the tying run. First pitch is upstairs. Noel McGarry Doyle 0 for 4 tonight. And forget about that quickly with a big moment here.
See Franklin Torres kind of coaching Connor Morrow at first, how to position himself.
Pitch to McGarry Doyle. Called strike.
Really vocal Baycats dugout on the edge of the rail with every pitch.
Claudio Custodio trying to avoid surrendering the lead twice in this game. Came in with a 1-0 lead, and then into the 10th inning with a 3-1 lead. Here's the pitch, and that's just outside. 2-1.
McGarry Doyle has been really patient here thus far, just trying to find his pitch, doing anything he can to extend this inning, extend this game for his team.
3-2 Royals. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning. Claudio Custodio delivers, and it's inside. The count is 3-1. Nolan Macabroda on deck.
It's a huge pitch right here. The winning run at the plate. You don't want to put it on base.
3-1 the count. Baycats down to their final out again here. Pitch from Custodio on the ground, down the line, fair ball, the throw, not in time, and the score is Adam Odd. We have a 3-3 tie.
I'm going to call back to last game we called. How you kind of criticized Noel McGarry Doyle on that slide, how there's only certain situations where it works. That's the situation where a slide in head first into first base works.
And they elected to leave that ball, too. We talked about that earlier in the ball game, hoping that it would roll foul, and by the time they played it, there just wasn't enough time to get Noel McGarry Doyle. And you're right, that is the right moment for a head first slide. It paid off as he just beat that throw by a hair. And what a wild finish here tonight at Athletic Culture Stadium. 3-3, bottom of the 10th. Baycats will live for at least another inning if they can't walk it off here.
Oh, seems like maybe 2 blown leads is going to be it for Claudio Custodio. Donnie fell out for a mound visit, but Glavin Pineda, who's been warming up the last couple innings, is still throwing. Haven't seen Fell make a motion to the bullpen just yet.
So it's 3-3, Royals and Baycats. Noel McGarry-Doyle at first base, 2 outs in the inning. Nolan Macabrota at the plate, and they're going to leave Claudio Custodio in to face him.
Designated hitter number 20, Nolan Macabrota.
Nolan Macabrota tonight 0 for 3 with a walk.
He's been the hero at this ballpark many times before. Could tonight be another one of those nights?
Runner goes. First pitch. It's outside. The throw. Not in time. Into second base is Noel McGarry-Doyle. The winning run is in scoring position. Whether the Baycats win this game or not tonight, you have to love the resiliency, the fight, right down to the final out. They were down to their final out twice in this game. Tied it in the bottom of the 9th. Now they've tied it in the bottom of the 10th, and they have another chance to put up a W with a winning run at second base. Nolan Macabrota. Here's the pitch. And it misses. 2-0.
Macabrota's had a couple plate appearances tonight where he's come with that patient approach and taken a couple close pitches just outside, and it seems like he's come with that same approach here in the 10th.
2-0. There's a big bright moon in center field. How picturesque would it be if Nolan Macabrota could put one out there right now?
Can't script that kind of stuff.
I just did. 3-0. Macabrota knows he's going to see something good here. 2 outs. Custodio's pitch. Up high, ball 4. Well, not that base runner matters a whole lot. Perhaps the plan was just to pitch him carefully. And I don't know why you would do that to face Francisco Hernandez, but this is the situation now.
I think the difference is you have a righty in Custodio up, and now a righty with Hernandez.
Hernandez has reached base 3 times tonight. 2 singles and a walk. Arguably the Baycats' most consistent hitter of late, certainly tonight. Baycats with just 6 hits. He's got 2 of them. A 3rd hit tonight would win this ball game.
I think given the stolen base from Noel McGarry-Doyle, I think that was an okay strategy. Maybe pitching around Macabrota a little bit to get to Hernandez. You had first base open.
Sets up a force at second, too, if you needed that on a ground ball.
And you have a platoon advantage here with Custodio if you're the Royals.
1-0 pitch. They appeal. And they say he went on the check swing. Francisco Hernandez scored the tying run in the bottom of the 9th inning to send this game to extras. He'll try to drive in the winning run here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Winning run at second base. Noel McGarry-Doyle. Here's the pitch. Bounces up to the plate, 2-1.
You got to commend the work here of Matthew Ward. Seen quite a few of those spiked pitches out in front of the plate. He's been able to get in the way of a few of them since a couple wild ones back in the 9th.
It's given Custodio confidence that he can put those pitches in the dirt and try to get those chases. Although a couple have gotten away tonight, but certainly that seems to be how Custodio likes to pitch.
Can't afford it at this point.
Not at the moment. 2-1 the count. Custodio checks the runner. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
That's that curveball, just that late break to Hernandez. Fooled him on that 2-1 pitch.
A little less pressure now that the game is tied. You can be a little more aggressive at the plate, perhaps, if you're Francisco Hernandez. And try to win the game and drive that run in from second base. 2-2 coming up from Claudio Custodio with a game on the line. Runners go. Here's the pitch down the line. Backhanded by the third baseman, Torres to third, and they get the out at third. So the Baycats score 2 to tie it at 3. Julius Hern will take the mic for the 11th when we return. We're tied 3-3 here at Athletic Culture Stadium, Baycats and Royals.
Jersey Mike's is sub above. Is it the premium meats and cheeses sliced on the spot and piled high on their in-store baked bread? Or could it be their hot, freshly grilled subs? How about all of the above? Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Fans from Fort Chrysler and Barrie Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. This year, we are the community partners of the Barrie Baycats. Community is near and dear to our hearts here at the dealerships and one of our core values, so we can support local and shop local.
Join Team BKGC. Inside 17,000 square feet of dedicated gymnastic space, athletes of every age and level come together. Whether you're just starting out or building advanced skills, there's a place for you here. BKGC, building confidence, community, and champions since 1965. Step up to the plate at Park Place. The latest fashion, delicious dining, exciting entertainment. Hungry after the game? Stop by one of their patios or grab a sweet treat for a grand slam of flavors to satisfy every craving. Park Place, where every visit is a home run.
Welcome back to Athletic Culture Stadium. There's no room for 11 innings on the scoreboard here, so it's a clean slate. And a tie game 3-3. There's been more scoring in extras than there has been in regulation play. The Royals had a 1-0 lead all the way from the top of the first to the bottom of the ninth. Baycats tied it up. Both teams scored 2 in the 10th. And now it's to the top of the order. The Guelph Royals here in the top of the 11th. Connor Morrow was the runner at second base as the infield partially in for Barrie. First pitch from Carlos Sano is swung on and missed.
Boy, I want my dinner now, boy.
10 hits for Guelph, just 6 for Barrie. It's the third inning here for Carlos Sano, looking for his 8th win of the year. 0-1 pitch, waving a miss from Takamatsu, way out in front. Takamatsu 1 for 5. He had a base hit on the first pitch of the ball game and has yet to reach since. Sano looks back at the runner. Back to the plate, back to the runner. Here's the pitch. Fly ball, shallow right field. Coming in is Clayton Keys. He makes a diving catch. And Morrow sticks around at second. What a catch from Clayton Keys. And now there's a little bit of concern for him as he's feeling the impact. As Brendan Daly walks back with him a little bit. Seems like Keys is okay, walking under his own power. No concern from Baycats training staff as he works his way back. So 1 out in the inning. Now it's Anthony Gilbert. Sano to Anthony Gilbert is the first pitch. Foul back to the screen. Francisco Hernandez playing in at third base on that turf. It was the first batter of the 10th inning for the Baycats to get things rolling again offensively. The Royals had a sac fly and an RBI double in the top half of the 10th. That one's fouled away out of play. It's 0-2 here now on Anthony Gilbert.
Nice clean scoreboard in right field. It's like we're starting a whole new game.
That's exactly what I said.
I was walking around between innings there and just talking to some fans. I said, you stand till the end? And they said, oh, yeah. These are the kinds of games you wait all season to watch.
A lot of spirit still in the ballpark.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if this game goes 20 innings. The fans that you see here now are staying right to the end of it.
0-2, 1 out. Snow looks back.
Get him here. Come on, Snow.
Back and forth between Morrow and the plate. And time is called by Gilbert.
Yeah, nice move by Gilbert there just to sort of take some energy out of the crowd. Give him a chance to just sort of collect his thoughts and settle in here for this big 0-2 pitch.
Take two. Come on, Snow, get him here. Buddy.
Comes the crowd yet again. The 0-2 outside. Gilbert 1 for 4 tonight. He grounded into a fielder's choice and reached in the first and was eventually scored. Also had a single in the walk, but he's flown out to center his last 2 times.
Ready? Come on, Snow, get him.
Daunting lead from Connor Morrow at second. The pitch fouled away yet again.
Come on.
Pitch number 30 for Carlos Sano through 2 1/3.
My hands are cold and it's August.
Really cool down here at the ballpark for an 11-inning thriller.
Ready, 3.
Sano, 1-2 pitch. On the ground to second. Brendan Daly has it. They'll throw on to first for out number 2, but Morrow moves up to third and the go-ahead run 90 feet away.
Yeah, Daly had been the infielder that was sneaking in behind Morrow just to try to keep him honest at the bag. And a nice job by Daly to get back to his left so that he was in position for that ground ball, because that's exactly where Gilbert hit it.
Third baseman number 44, Franklin Torres.
I don't know about your scorebook. My scorebook only has 10 innings, so now I'm writing into like the stats section.
Yeah, same here. And then after that, I'm just going to probably rip out another page and put it beside it. Haven't had to do that yet this year.
Franklin Torres sees the first pitch outside. He's 1 for 5 as well. Connor Morrow at third. Represents the go-ahead run here in the top of the 11th inning. Down low again, it's 2-0, and what seems to be for both of these teams a must-win matchup. As we've talked about for a really good portion of the beginning of this game, what a win tonight would mean for both teams in the CBL standings. 2-0 to Franklin Torres. The pitch from Sano, up and in.
Well, clearly getting a win tonight matters a great deal to both of these clubs. You see how hard these two teams have fought out here on this baseball field here this evening, and even if it just amounts to home field for that play-in game, but obviously both of these teams feel that there's still a chance to avoid that and get into third place or better. And a win tonight will help either team do that.
Another long look in from Sano. 3-0 pitch. Called strike. Torres thought he might have had a free pass there.
He was about to throw the bat away. If Carlos Sano gets the win tonight, it'll be his 8th. And of those 8 wins, this might be the one that he had to work the hardest to get. Coming into the 9th, trailing 1-0. The Baycats have come back twice to tie this game.
Trying to get through his 3rd inning of work here. 3-1 pitch. Called strike. It's a full count.
Well, this is an unbelievably huge pitch coming up here for Carlos Sano. If the Baycats can put up a 0 and take a 3-3 tie into the bottom half of this inning, they can win it with one swing of the bat.
It's the longest outing this year for Carlos Sano. 3-2, 2 out. Go ahead run at third base. Fans behind Sano as he deals outside. And Torres emphatically drops his bat and works a walk.
Not a fan of a bat flip on a walk, Julius, but that was a tough at bat for Franklin Torres. Clearly he had to battle hard after nearly drawing the walk earlier. And now a conference on the mound and everybody in on this one.
So keep in mind here, Ryan Dos Santos stepping in for the first time tonight.
Rob, it's Ryan Dos Santos.
And conference here with Andrew White, the entire Baycats infield.
Just making sure, you know.
Huge spot that Ryan Dos Santos has been put in.
Hey, Rob, by the way,
Came in as a defensive replacement in the bottom of the 10th inning for Victor Mascai, who scored the go-ahead run in the top half of that frame.
Hate to mention this for Baycats fans, but Dos Santos homered when these teams last met on August 11th in Guelph.
Robbie's number 17.
Hitting 266 this year, 14 RBI. Runners on the corners now.
Oh my God.
Sano's first offering is up high. Dos Santos leads the CBL in walks with 34.
Yeah, and he did that quite a bit with the Toronto Maple Leafs as well. A guy that gets on base a lot and scores a lot of runs too. Now in a situation here where he's called on to drive in a run.
Throw over to first. Hull snags it as Torres back in safely. Morrow looked back at third base.
Needless to say, Carlos Sano needs to be very careful here with any pickoff attempts, and even needs to be careful not to uncork a wild one or throw one in the dirt here that might get past Wandy Cyprian.
The 1-0, Cyprian catches it up high, 2-0 now. We saw how a pickoff attempt backfired for Claudio Custodio in the bottom half of the 10th. Ended up balking on an attempt at second base.
Well, if you lose Ryan Dos Santos here, you face Miguel Geraldo on deck.
So Connor Morrow at third, Franklin Torres at first. 2 outs in the 11th. Sano, a long look in. He deals, swing and a miss from Dos Santos, and the crowd's back into it.
Well, that's the thing with Dos Santos, high strikeouts, high walks. And you can follow that over the course of his career. Gets on a lot, though.
.417 on base percentage this year, among the league leaders. 2-1 count. Pitch to Dos Santos, fouled away, 2-2.
Big pitch for Carlos Sano, and now an even bigger one coming up as he once again has an opportunity to slam the door shut here in the top of the 11th inning and keep Guelph off the board.
Over 40 pitches now for Carlos Sano. Trying to give the Baycats a chance. Two, 2 out. Sano delivers. Popped up. Near home plate, Wandy Cyprian off with the mask, and he makes the catch in foul ground. And that'll do it for the Royals on the top of the 10th. Carlos Sano with a huge hold there to keep the Royals scoreless, and it's sending it to a 3-3 tie in the bottom half of the 11th. The Baycats an opportunity to walk it off here at home at Athletic Culture Stadium.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Fantz from 400 Chrysler and Barrie Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. This year, we are the community partners of the Barrie Baycats. Community is near and dear to our hearts here at the dealerships and one of our core values, so we can support local and shop local.
James Anderson, owner of Sinclair Sports Medical Center. We find what's actually going wrong with your body and we make a plan to fix it. And I've spent years helping people in this city move better and hurt less. We want to help you feel like yourself again. Come see us and let's get you back to living your best life.
Danielle May Real Estate, supporting the Barrie Baycats and ready to help with all of your real estate questions. What is your home worth? Should you sell now or wait? Danielle is dedicated to your success. The next time you think real estate, think Danielle May.
Well, it all comes down to this. A 3-3 tie. The bottom of the 11th inning, the Baycats have needed a win at home for some time to get these fans back on their side. They've lost the last 4 at home, and a big walk-off win would go a long way for their playoff hopes. Obviously, they win and they're in, but against the Royals, with these two teams tied in the standings, it would mean that much more.
And the Royals' chances of keeping this game alive will ride on the arm of Dominican right-hander Glavin Pineda. 30-year-old CBL rookie with a 1-0 record and a sparkling 1.96 earned run average through 16 relief appearances. He has 3 saves. And he'll come on here with a winning run behind him at second base.
That base runner will be Francisco Hernandez. It'll be Noah Hall, Wandy Cyprian, and Clayton Keys due up here in the 11th. As Donnie Fell goes out for one more chat with his pitcher before things get started.
I mean, does this count as a mound visit? Because he's taking his warm-ups. I'd have to think it does.
I think there's some kind of equipment issue here with Pineda.
But the umpire maybe wants him to fix his belt.
Yeah, that looks to be the case.
In that case, it wouldn't be a mound visit. Our dugout reporter, Etienne, is going to head down to the field there and just see what the equipment issue might have been about. Looks like he's just kind of tucking his shirt in, though.
It's taking an awful long time if that's the case.
I don't take that long getting ready in the morning.
I think it was an issue with the color of his belt. I think he had to change his belt to a blue belt as opposed to something of a more reflective color.
Yeah, so we can confirm that it was just swapping the belt, as you mentioned. So last worked July 22nd against the Toronto. That was my mistake. That's incorrect stat here. Glavin Pineda. I'm just trying to find his last appearance. August 18th versus Chatham-Kent. Only worked a third of an inning. Allowed an earned run, a strikeout, and a walk.
He's faced the Baycats twice this year. One of those he allowed 1 earned run. The other was a scoreless outing, both 1 inning each. So Hernandez at second. He's the winning run. Noah Hall is 0 for 4 with an opportunity to break things open and get his team a huge win here tonight. Corners in for the Royals. First pitch, he shows bunt, pulls back. It's up and away.
And the Royals defense kind of doing the wheel with Franklin Torres running in, Anthony Gilbert covering third, and Geraldo over to second. Morrow charging as well. As soon as a player squares to bunt, that's what the defense does.
And that leaves a huge hole in the middle of the field for Hull if he's able to, if he doesn't lay down a bunt, just puts the swing down. He does pop a bunt up, and Matthew Ward comes over and makes an easy catch. That's a disappointing result there for Noah Hall.
Yeah, absolutely not what he was trying to do. It's been a frustrating night at the plate for Hull. He's had a couple of hard-hit balls and just hasn't been able to put anything in play. And he was trying to lay down a bunt there, but a great job by Pineda keeping that ball up in the strike zone so that Hull couldn't get on top of it and lay the bunt down. I'm sure the Royals were guessing that was what he was planning on doing, and they certainly guessed correctly.
Now Wandy Cyprian, it was his RBI double in the ninth that tied things up. for the Baycats. Pitch from Pineda, swing and a miss.
Be interesting to see if that bunt is still on. With one out, probably not, but you got the runner in scoring position anyway. Cyprian swings the bat well.
You got to wonder also with the speed of Cyprian how much of an option it might be. But less so now with one strike. Hernandez the lead at second. The pitch from Pineda, up and away.
Infielder's pretty much stationary now. Not a whole lot of movement.
Pineda looks in, comes set. A big lead for Hernandez at second. And he looks them back.
Yeah, nobody holding Hernandez on, but stepping off is Pineda.
Obviously, Hernandez trying to get into the head of Pineda. Not real much movement from Geraldo, the second baseman. Pineda, the 1-1. Outside, off the glove of Ward, but Hernandez not going to test it.
A good secondary lead, and Hernandez might have been able to take third on that. The ball got away from Ward, just not quite far enough, and Hernandez just wasn't really prepared for that.
2-1 now to Wandy Cyprian. These things are getting more and more tense every pitch here at Athletic Culture Stadium. One out in the inning. Winning run at second base. The 2-1 pitch. Outside. And it's 3-1.
We're seeing more energy out of the Baycat dugout than we've seen all night. They are making a lot of noise and right into this bottom half of the inning. Winning run at second base in a 3-3 tie.
Baycats 5-1 this year in extra innings. Guelph 1-0. Huge 3-1 pitch on the way. Up and away. And Cyprian works the walk with first base open.
Yeah, I just love the noise and the energy coming out of that Baycat dugout once again. It's a stark contrast from the earlier innings of this ball game where that Baycat dugout was quiet, frustrated, dejected. Everybody up on the top step now. And hoping that this Baycat lineup can finish the job. Clayton Keys now with an opportunity.
Keys 0 for 4 tonight with 3 strikeouts. Facing Pineda for the first time tonight.
Walking Cyprian, not the worst thing for Pineda. It sets up the double play.
First pitch, swing and a miss from Keys. That's been a regular occurrence for him, offering on the first pitch. And yeah, you're right. Double play now in order for the Royals at any base.
Yeah, the only run that matters is at second right now. Hernandez scores. This game is over.
Keys takes that one up high. It's in and out of the glove of Ward, but no penalty. A ground ball could send this game to the 12th, or it can send us home. Long look in here from Clavin Pineda. Hernandez leads at second. The 1-1 pitch. Outside. Keys mighty patient here with the game on the line.
And what a ball game this has been. We've been waiting a while for an exciting, dramatic finish, and the crowd that's left here, you have to think if this game went another hour, every single one of these fans would still be here. They are dialed in. You've invested this much time and energy into the game. No one's going anywhere.
Pineda comes set. Looks at the runner. 2-1. Inside on Keys. And a dangerous count now for the Guelph Royals.
And still only one out in the inning, so you don't want to lose Clayton Keys here. It loads the bases with one out and gives Adam Odd the potential to drive in the winning run with a deep fly ball. So yeah, there's an extra base out there, but there's no point loading them up and making it easier.
We all know how clutch Adam Ott has been in his Baycats tenure. Pineda comes set. The 3-1 pitch. Fly ball out towards right field. Andy Leader is there. He makes the catch. Hernandez does not commit to third base. The throw might have beaten him there if he had. That's a huge second out for Guelph.
The throw was a little offline, and you're right. I think Hernandez would have been able to get in, but he had no way of knowing that that throw would have ended up to the left of the bag. And so he did the best thing he could do there, was to force the throw and just see if it was a wild one and something that he could be certain on. 2 outs now anyways, so Adam Ott will have to drive him in with a base hit here.
Ott had an RBI single, the first pitch of the 10th inning off of Claudio Custodio.
If Keys had have got on and Ott hit that fly ball that Keys just hit, this game would have been over.
A hush falls over the crowd as Pineda looks in. Tie ball game, 2 out. First pitch to Odd, fouled away. Adam Odd thinking hero ball potentially. We've seen it from him before.
Well, he was the hero in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie the game, driving in Clayton Keys, and he did it on the first pitch that he saw in the 10th.
Pineda. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss from Odd. And Pineda quickly up 0-2. A late game thriller here on a Thursday night. Always a fun one between these two teams here in Springwater.
At least we don't have an afternoon game tomorrow.
0-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Clutch strikeout from Glaven Pineda. And he holds the Baycats scoreless. We will go to the 12th inning. Ben Davy back on the mic as we look for a wild finish between the Royals and Baycats.
Thinking about doing a renovation, but don't know where to find the best prices and quality? Go to Reno Liquidation Depot, where you'll find vanities, flooring, toilets, exterior doors, and so much more. Visit Reno Liquidation Depot today.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike sub. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Step up to the plate at Park Place. The latest fashion, delicious dining, exciting entertainment. Hungry after the game? Stop by one of their patios or grab a sweet treat for a grand slam of flavors to satisfy every craving. Park Place, where every visit is a home run.
12th inning here at Athletic Culture Stadium. It's the Baycats and the Royals in a 3-3 deadlock. Ryan DeSantos will represent the go-ahead run for Guelph once again at second base. Miguel Geraldo comes to the plate, and the Baycats will send Braden Pakala out to the mound.
Pakala is his 19th appearance of the year, 18th out of the bullpen. 2-1 record, a 6.37 ERA this year, and he's had a couple rough outings as of late. A 5 earned runs over 1 inning on Sunday in Kitchener, and 2 earned runs over 2 innings and a start on Saturday. But aside from that, he's been a very reliable reliever, but not necessarily in these late innings. It's a very odd situation for him. We'll see how things shake out for Josh Matlow and his bullpen as this game creeps longer and longer.
First pitch from Pakala. He gets the called strike. For two teams battling for 4th place, this game has been an absolute classic. You'd think they were fighting for first place, the way these teams have fought tooth and nail here this evening.
Keep in mind, the Royals haven't seen a lefty since the 6th. Frank Garces was still in this ball game as a starter.
Oscar Moretta and then Carlos Sano. Now Braden Pakala jams him. A swing and a miss by Miguel Geraldo. Royals led this game 1-0 in the 9th. Couldn't close it out. They led 3-1 in the 10th. Couldn't close it out. This Baycats team has had that never say die fire in this game here tonight in the late innings. That pitch up high. 1-2 the count now. These are the kinds of wars and battles that prepare a team for the playoffs. And the Baycats are in the thick of it right here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Geraldo's ready. Pakala checks the runner. That's Ryan DeSantos at second. Here's the pitch on the mound, over the mound, up the middle, and it'll go into center field. Rounding third is DeSantos. Here's the throw. It's not in time. Cut off by Pakala. Or Noah Hull, excuse me. It came in and make the leaping grab on the cutoff, and that's an RBI for Miguel Geraldo to put Guelph back on top for the 3rd time tonight.
Just put it in the absolute perfect spot, right between Adam Ott and Brendan Daly, and kind of a bounder over the mound. Pakala didn't even have an opportunity at that one, and Ott with the dive. It was obviously tight from our vantage point to see if that one got through, but Geraldo getting things done right away to put Guelph in the driver's seat.
3rd lead of the game for the Royals. 4-3 now. You know, we got the youngster down here calling for the double play. What time is it? Double play, double play, double play. That's a chant that is usually led by Avery Matlow, who isn't here tonight. I guess he couldn't make it, but normally he'd be right down there screaming that in this situation. The runner at first. Thinking about a bunt as Patterson pulls it back, 1-1.
Well, Patterson had the sacrifice fly in the top of the 10th inning that put the Royals in the lead in that inning.
1-1 pitch coming up, and Patterson bunting again. He pulls it back. It's up high. 2-1.
Patterson's been so valuable, kind of been that gadget guy at the plate for the Royals in his tenure there.
Squares to bunt, and that one in tight. Just hit the inside part of the handle. 2-2.
Either that hit his bat or it hit him, and home plate umpire David Phillips ruled that he would have went around. By the way, it's a big.
I thought it hit him, so that might have been the case, because it would have been ruled a swing. Didn't have the same kind of sound that you would hear off the bat, so I think you're right. 2-2 the count. Runner leads. Here's the pitch. Fouled away. 7 pitchers have been used in this game. 4 Barrie pitchers, 3 Royals pitchers. These teams definitely want to save their bullpens for the weekend, especially Barrie with 4 games in 4 days. They'll try to get as much out of Pakala as they can. 2-2 is up high. It's crickets down on both bullpens right now. Baycats bullpen is a ghost town. A couple of live bodies down in the Royal bullpen, but nobody throwing. Here comes the crowd with a 3-2 pitch coming up. Pakala deals on the ground, a roller to second, and it's through into right field. Rounding second is Geraldo. The throw is dropped in the outfield, and runners on the corners now for the Royals, looking to add more.
Yeah, that ball got just under the dive of Brendan Daly and got into shallow right center. The ball just died. Didn't roll very far out into right center, and Miguel Geraldo picked up on that right away and didn't break stride going first to third.
Right fielder number 11, Andy Leader.
Andy Leader now. So the Royals making this as difficult for the Baycats as possible. Still nobody out. They brought in their free base runner early. Miguel Geraldo bringing in Ryan DeSantos, and now 2 aboard for Andy Leader. 4-3 Royals lead. I want to welcome everybody that was at the ballpark earlier watching now on television. I think our viewer numbers probably have been getting higher as we've been getting through the extra innings. We still got a good crowd left here. I mean, when you consider the time.
Probably welcoming in some viewers from the Jackfish Panthers game after a while and beat Kitchener. I believe it was 12-7.
And a throw to first. I guess the score tonight won't make the CTV Barrie Sportscast. Usually they have the Baycats highlights, but they won't have the final tonight. 4-3 Royals. Braden Pakala, the Baycats' 4th pitcher of the game. Fastball, high fly ball, down the right field line, well foul. Bounces into the Baycat bullpen.
Looks like Brad Grieveson just started stretching out in that Baycat bullpen.
Want to check the bullpen?
Imagine if he would be the next in line after Braden Pakala for the Baycats.
Runners on the corners, nobody out. Pakala delivers. Inside, he thought he had a strike. That would have only been strike 2 anyways, but Pakala trying to sell that call.
Yeah, he's obviously not happy with that call. Not very often you get an inside pitch like that by Andy Leader.
Probably have viewers from the Welland Kitchener game watching this one here tonight as well. Of course, the Baycats see the Jackfish tomorrow. Outside, 3-1.
Yeah, I believe Euclides Lair will start that game for Welland.
That'll be a 7:35 game here, or 7:38, I guess, here at Athletic Culture Stadium. Baycats looking for their 3rd straight win. Down 4-3, 3-1 the count. Top of the 12th. Pakala kicks, fires. Ball 4, bases loaded. And a lot of noise coming from that Royal bullpen. They're sounding the way the Baycats dugout sounded earlier. The bases are loaded now. So Geraldo at 3rd, Patterson at 2nd, Leader at 1st. Here's Matthew Ward, another mound visit. Andrew White's been doing all the mound visits today.
A much needed one here. Bases loaded, nobody out. Braden Pakala obviously struggling. Back-to-back singles followed by a walk. The Royals loaded the bases twice against Frank Garces, left all 6 runners stranded. But what an opportunity this is to break things open in extra innings.
So I guess the obvious question is here, do you concede the run to turn the double play, or do you bring the infield in and try to cut off that runner coming home? It's a force all around with the bases loaded, but still nobody out.
It's a very interesting play. I think Andrew White's calling for double play depth, just seeing how Brendan Daly's headed back towards second base. Corners are going to play in, however.
Well, the runs have been hard to come by tonight. They're already facing a 1-run deficit. If you turn the double play, you run the risk of putting yourself down 2. And the corner infielders are in on the grass. Here's the pitch. It's a first pitch strike to Matthew Ward. Nowhere to put him.
The way the Baycats go for a throw on a ground ball depends on who it gets hit to. If it's up the middle, they're going to go for second to first. And I think they're going to come home if it's hit to the corner.
High fly ball, deep center field. Ejo to his right, runs over, and he makes the catch. Or did it drop? I think it might have dropped.
No, that was caught. It's a sacrifice fly.
First baseman number 6, Connor Morrow.
So the runner stays at first. First and third now. Geraldo's in to score on the sac fly. Good job by Kenise Ejo to get all the way back there. Two runs for the Royals here in the inning, and showing bunt now is Connor Morrow. Strike.
Yeah, they called that he went around, and Morrow was arguing that he didn't.
Patterson at third, leader at first. 2 in for the Royals, 5-3.
Roll 2, come on.
Baycats just need a ground ball double play here to have a chance.
So with 1 out in the inning, a double play would be the best case scenario here for the Baycats. Scheduled hitters for Barrie in the bottom half of the inning: Daly, Ejo, McGarry Doyle. 2-1.
It looks like Kevin Escorcia still warming up in that Royal bullpen, the left-hander.
Man, we're going to end this game and it's going to be 4 in the morning. Maybe 5.
2-1 pitch. Just up high in the zone a little bit. Pakala with his hands up over his head, showing visible frustration with the balls and strikes here in this top half of the inning. The Royals have scratched out 2 already. 5-3 the score. Here's the pitch. Called strike.
Packland really needed that pitch. Well, it was a fastball he got over, and just by Morrow is just something to build up some kind of confidence to get through the rest of this inning.
3-2 now.
Brad Grieveson warming up now for Barrie.
There's the pitch. On the ground, foul. Sliced down the third base line.
Morrow's had 3 hits tonight. That's the hardest hit ball he's had.
24 pitches for Pakala in this inning. He's only recorded 1 out. This isn't the first time this season we've seen Pakala struggle to get outs.
I don't need the monitor to the camera. The camera itself is plugged in.
3-2. Runners lead. Here's the pitch. Fly ball down the right field line. It's in foul territory, and it's out of the reach of the first baseman, Noah Hull, who sprinted over along with right fielder Clayton Keys.
What an at-bat here from Connor Morrow. Former Baycat just trying to rack up the pitch count on Pakala and put more pressure on him.
25 pitches should be a couple innings of work, and Pakala only has 1 out in this inning with his 25 pitches. Runners at first and third, 1 out. Pakala delivers. Popped up, foul again. Great at bat here by Connor Morrow, staying alive. Have to think the Baycats were maybe hoping to save Brad Grieveson's arm for another game in this weekend.
Yeah.
4 games ahead of you.
They're expecting a bullpen game on Saturday.
Another foul ball. You know, you get to Sunday and there's not a lot of arms left in that bullpen. The teams with the deepest bullpens usually go on to have the most playoff success. Three-two pitch coming up. Runner goes on the ground, down the line, and that's a foul ball.
Yeah, just skipped left just before it got to third base. Another hard hit ball down that line for Connor Morrow.
That would have been big trouble if it was fair. Especially with leader off with the pitch.
Yeah.
Might have had a chance to score. Patterson would have been in for sure. It'll be another 3-2. Nope, the throw to first. Just a casual throw over by Braden Pakala. Leader was off with the previous pitch, so that probably prompted that pickoff attempt. 3-2. Down the line. Foul. That would have brought home 2 for sure.
What an at-bat from Connor Morrow. This is well over double digits at this point.
I think it's going to be tomorrow morning before this at-bat finishes.
We have called one game after midnight together.
I know we have.
Barely after midnight.
Well, Connor Morrow with a 3-2 count, 1 out in the inning. The number 9 hitter battling hard. He has seen everything Pakala has to offer in this at-bat. Here it comes again. And another foul ball.
Bro, they can pay me in hot Cheetos and maybe some hot chocolate, okay?
The Guelph dugout loving this at-bat.
Oh, that was
It's almost been a 5-minute at-bat on its own.
Yeah, that's impressive, but
As you mentioned at the start of this inning, this is really the game that feeds the playoff baseball appetite.
3-2. Fouled again. The landscapers are going to be busy retrieving the baseballs out of the hedges tomorrow morning. Those are batting practice baseballs that they'll gather up and try to find if the kids don't get to them first.
I'm not running to get the baseballs out of this game. I'm going to go in my bed, all right?
Royals up 5-3. Braden Pakala with a payoff pitch. Down the line again, foul. That one a little sharper over to the Royals bullpen.
I don't think I've personally been in an at-bat this long, so I don't know what's going through their minds. I would love to know what's going through Connor Morrow and Braden Pakala's mind. This is just a jab after jab after jab, just trying to beat the next guy.
3-2 coming up from Pakala again. And another one down the line. That one might stay fair. And the catch is made on the line by Noel McGarry Doyle. The runner will tag. Did he catch it?
It was a foul ball that rolled under the fence. No. I think McGarry Doyle left it foul knowing that Patterson was going to score.
Either that or he dropped it on purpose. Because that would have scored a run. And if so, that's incredible baseball IQ right there.
I don't know if he touched it. He definitely got close to it and maybe psyched Patterson out.
He knew it was in foul territory.
Yeah. Because that one really rode the line all the way down. Maybe about to 10 feet in front of the warning track.
Thank you, sir.
What a smart play by, either way, whether he caught it or just left it, a smart play by Noel McGarry Doyle.
I don't even know where my cameras are at this point, bro.
Guess we'll do it again.
Like, they could be all the way out in the Jumbotron.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Pakala again. Missed outside, ball 4. What a awful way for that at-bat to end for Braden Pakala. 34 pitches in this inning. The bases are now loaded. Here comes manager Josh Matlow, and he looks to the bullpen. I think he has seen enough.
Comes the big boy.
That had to be approaching 20 pitches. That at bat on its own, I think that's the end of the line. 16 pitches, I hear.
So Braden Pakala will head off the mound. An appreciative scattering of applause from the fans here for the effort tonight he will turn a 5-3 lead over to the Baycat bullpen. We'll step aside. You're watching Baycats TV and Rogers TV in Barrie.
Join Team BKGC. Inside 17,000 square feet of dedicated gymnastic space, athletes of every age and level come together. Whether you're just starting out or building advanced skills, there's a place for you here. BKGC, building confidence, community, and champions since 1965. Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend.
Barrie, this one's for you. My name is James Anderson, owner of Sinclair Sports Medical Center. We find what's actually going wrong with your body and we make a plan to fix it. And I've spent years helping people in this city move better and hurt less. We want to help you feel like yourself again. Come see us and let's get you back to living your best life.
Baycat veteran Brad Grieveson on to pitch for the Baycats. Looking to hold things off here. It's a 5-3 Guelph lead with one out and the bases loaded behind him.
Yeah, the 45-year-old enters. It's his 8th appearance out of the bullpen this year. 5.56 ERA, no decisions, no record on his year so far. 11 1/3 innings pitched. He's struck out 10. He's walked 2.
He's faced this batter an awful lot over his career. Garrett Takamatsu. Bases loaded. Here's the pitch. It's down on the zone, ball 1.
7th time up tonight for Garrett Takamatsu. He's 1 for 6.
One 0 pitch, just inside.
You see Noah Hall at first base playing in front of Connor Morrow, the base runner. Yet the rest of the infield kind of playing at regular depth.
It was a 16-pitch at bat by Connor Morrow to draw a walk off Braden Packala to force him out of the game. 3 straight misses here by Brad Grieveson. One thing Brad has really prided himself in over his career is the extraordinarily low total of walks throughout his tenure as a IBLer and CBLer, and behind now 3-0 in this at bat. Takamatsu waits for the pitch. Here it is, and he gets that over for a strike.
Since the pandemic, Grieveson has only walked 25 batters in 143 innings.
It's a remarkable statistic. 3-0 pitch coming up, or 3-1, excuse me, and it's hit on the ground. Weekly to third. The throw to first is in time for the out. Another run will score. So a productive at bat there for Garrett Takamatsu as he brings home a run.
Number 27, Anthony Gilbert.
So Ashton Patterson, the third run of the inning. It's now 6-3 Royals. And the mountain just got a little bit taller for the Baycats in the bottom of the 12th inning. Gilbert takes a first pitch strike.
Well, wouldn't it be odd here? Kevin Escorcia, he's been warming up for the last at least inning and a half at this point. Wouldn't it be weird if he came into this game and it wasn't even a save situation? Still is at this point, but if the Royals sat on anymore.
Brad Grieveson with 2 championship rings as a Barrie Baycat, one in 2005, the franchise's first, and one in 2024, the franchise's most recent. Bookend championships for the Baycat right-handed hurler. This one fouled back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and now the Baycats a strike away from mercifully getting out of this inning. It's been a long one.
What if we go to like 25 innings?
2 on, 2 out, 1-2 the count. Here comes the crowd for Brad Grieveson. The pitch on the way, it's outside.
Justin, I think we should just, continue into the next game.
Royals led 1-0, 3-1, and now 6-3. Baycats have clawed back twice. It's going to take a 3-run effort or more in the bottom of the 12th. Here's the pitch. Off speed, swing and a miss. What a pitch by Brad Grieveson to get Gilbert with 2 on. Limit the damage. Barrie due up in the bottom of the 12th. When we return, it's 6-3 Royals here at Athletic Kulture Stadium.
Makes Jersey Mike's a sub above? Is it the premium meats and cheeses sliced on the spot and piled high on their in-store baked bread? Or could it be their hot, freshly grilled subs? How about all of the above? Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Visit Alliance Billiards and Sports in the northeast end of Barrie. A fun, friendly family environment offering pool, darts, karaoke, and live entertainment. Enjoy a large variety of delicious food and drinks on the patio. You'll come as a stranger and leave as a friend.
Thinking about doing a renovation but don't know where to find the best prices and quality? Go to Reno Liquidation Depot, where you'll find vanities, flooring, toilets, exterior doors, and so much more. Visit Reno Liquidation Depot today.
This telecast is presented by the authority of the Barrie Baycats and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Barrie Baycats.
And back to the Baycats, the second baseman, number 47, Brendan Davy.
You and I have been on the air for more than 4 hours here, partner.
Yeah.
It's been quite a ball game. 6-3, bottom of the 12th. Baycats have come back twice already. Do they have another comeback in the script for us here tonight? We shall see. Adam Ott is the runner at second. Brendan Daly to lead it off.
Yeah, and they'll face Kevin Escorcia. Comes in with a 3-3 record, a 5.04 ERA. It's his 26th outing of the season. He leads the Royals in saves. He has 1 save against the Baycats this year. That was in Guelph. And he's also lost a game to the Baycats this year. That was at this ballpark. 31-year-old rookie from Barranquilla, Colombia.
But Colombia versus Australia here. International matchup. First pitch, hit sharply to right. It'll drop for a base hit. On to third. And he's going to hold up.
Yeah, Ott had to hold up and see if that ball was going to drop. Andy Leader let it get a long way before letting that fall right in front of him, and Adam Ott at that point had no shot of scoring.
Here we go again.
Well, not that his run matters much anyways, because you need 3, so...
But now you have the tying run at the plate.
Yeah, Baycats playing it conservatively on the bases. That's the right thing to do. Here's Canisico, who could totally rewrite everything that has been the storyline on him for the last number of weeks with a big swing here. Two on for the Baycats, none out. Bottom of the 12th, Barrie down by 3. Pitch from Escorcia, swing and a miss. Hard and in. 0-2 quickly here. And Escorcia wasting no time. He's working quickly. Ejo gets settled into the box. Escorcia set already. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Kenise Ejo down on strikes. What a pitch from Escorcia. What away.
Escorcia is able to get some good velocity on that slider. It's just put away pitch. And unfortunate again for Kenise Ejo, who just can't seem to avoid the strikeout.
McGarry Doyle now for the Baycats. 1 out in the inning, but the double play a possibility for the Royals. Gilbert at short, Geraldo at second. They're shifted slightly to the first base side. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Plenty of heat here by Escorcia. Strike 2.
And McGarry Doyle attempted an offer that held up, but still in the zone.
Even if the Baycats don't win this one tonight, it's a frustrating way to lose like this, no question. But I think you can look at the positives of the resiliency, the fight back from this team. Certainly would rather lose this way than going down 1-0 with a, feeble effort in the late innings. This team has crashed back from behind twice and have kept this game interesting. Definitely want to see that from your ball club. 0-2, swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts, Ejo and McGarry Doyle. That's some good pitching. You can get those two.
Kind of piggyback on what you're saying there. I think that's a good habit to get into as you approach the playoffs. Not necessarily that you want to be in close games like this on the losing end, but to be able to have that kind of fight back, the resiliency when you happen to get down. For this Baycats team, that's invaluable.
Nolan Macabrota, 2 runners on for the Baycats here. Ott at third, Daly at first. Macabrota will try to keep this game alive. First pitch, just missed. Well, we've got 3 games here in this park this weekend. This game has gone over 4 hours already. That's a lot of baseball in 3 days. We're going to see swing and a miss by Macabrota.
Couldn't lay off that high fastball from Escorcia. Almost looked like a softball swing.
If you love baseball, this is the place to be this weekend. You're going to see 10 to 12 hours of baseball between these 3 games. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner goes. Here's the pitch. Called strike, no throw down. 2 out in the inning anyway, so Daly just takes second. 2 in scoring position now. And again tonight, the Baycats are down to their final strike. Long look in from Escorcia now to the belt. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed. And that will do it. This game comes to a close. The Guelph Royals, with 3 runs to the top of the 12th, hang on for a 6-3 win tonight here in Barrie.
Royals almost went wire to wire. They scored 1 in the first, nearly held on for the entirety of the remaining 9 innings, but Baycats fought back. Some key innings and some key hits in the right time in the 9th, 10th, and 11th. But they still fall in what was billed as the most important game of their year, and that's going to be a tough one to swallow.
And a great effort from these fans here tonight who showed up and brought probably the biggest crowd of the season, certainly one of them, and got to watch 4 hours and 11 minutes of baseball here tonight. Unfortunately, the Baycats coming up on the wrong end of a 6-3 score. But an exciting game and a great effort by the Baycats in the late innings to keep it alive and make it interesting. Our final tonight in 12, the Royals 6, the Baycats 3. Julius will have tomorrow's call here from the ballpark against the Welland Jackfish. Hopefully we'll see you here at the ballpark. If not, join us here on Baycats TV on YouTube and Rogers TV in Barrie. For our entire team, I'm Ben Davy. Thanks for joining us, and good night from Athletic Culture Stadium in Springwater.